Everything is different now. Took a while to figure out who I'm meant to be. Everything is changing now. I'm getting older, feeling down. Stuck floating in between. I'm moving on and I don't know where I'm gonna go. But let me tell you this, the one thing I now know. When you feel young and your world becomes what it's meant to be, what it's meant to be. In my heart I'm 22, but I know that's not the truth. So I'll just dream beneath the stars. Remember what we used to do, hand in hand, just me and you. Those days just seem so far away. 'Cause time's moved on and I don't know where I wanna go. But no more looking back, there's one thing I still know. When you feel young and your world becomes what it's meant to be, what it's meant to be. When you feel young and your world becomes what it's meant to be, what it's meant to be. Think of me when you're alone. Where were you? Where did you go? Where were you when you saw me bleed? Where were you when you saw me bleed? I'm stuck on a feeling, leave me where you had me. I'm stuck on a ceiling, leave me just for your control. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. I'll do it.
Good morning. Hey, sat down just in time. It is 10:41 in South Korea. This is Do It For You by Neva. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're new, welcome. If you're not new, welcome back. And thank you for tuning into the Everything GM broadcast. We are looking forward to some tabletop RPG stuff by specific viewer request. And followed by that, we'll dive into some good old-fashioned media literacy. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on what time of day it is in the world. I woke up to 35 TikTok notifications. Why, may you ask? Considering there's a very interesting person in the chat. Hello, Dr. Mad Studio. I'm not talking about you in this case. Considering there's another interesting person in the chat, why would they think? I don't know why I would think about this particular person when I talk about waking up to 35 TikTok notifications. Why would I do that? What could be the reason for waking up to 35 TikTok? You should be sorry. I woke up to Alferg's liking every video I've ever made. just Insta. Just walking. Oh, and he's here too. Hello, Alferg. Explain yourself.
So he started following me back, and TikTok was like, "Oh, they're friends. Here's all of his videos."
Same. I wasn't on TikTok enough yesterday to give you 35 notifications, but yes, I did get shown a few of your videos. That was including ones you'd made like months ago. Like not even
Ignore the siege ones, please.
Oh, you made siege ones? Like wait, siege like Rainbow Six Siege.
Yes.
Dude, so, I love Rainbow Six. I used to play that shit all the time.
I got a notification from Reddit. Somebody had went onto like Tier Maker or whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
And they had made a tier list of the realism to the operator's gadgets.
Ah, okay.
And it really irked me because things, the tiering system for it was bad to begin with, but then things also were in spots they should not have been.
Right, yeah.
Like, Cappy Tao's gadget was in, like, somewhat or possible, something like that. And I'm just kind of sitting there like, it's a crossbow.
This is the hill that you'll die on?
Yes. Considering I made, like, 10 videos for this, for doing, like, pretty much all of the base operators.
Amazing. Well, thank you for all the notifications. It was very nice to wake up to. I thought, oh shit, I've gone viral somewhere. Nope, no, it's just one guy, just you.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I love it. Keep it coming. You also commented on something. Hang on.
I think I did.
Oh god. Wait. I gave a question a while ago. Oh, this was my Star Wars take. Okay. Alright, cool. Dr. Mad Studio, good evening. Wow, it is late for you, huh? It's probably like 1 a.m. How's it going? Just been listening to Jerry Rafferty, one of the greatest singer-songwriters of all time. Is he Scottish? I feel like I've heard the name before. Is Jerry Rafferty Scottish? And what kind of music does he make? Like, what is the like most famous song from Jerry Rafferty? Let's see if I remember it, or if I recognize it. Like maybe I've listened to it at some point. I can't remember. Like the name rings a bell, but I don't know if I've ever listened to his stuff. Apart from that, not much else happened with me today. Oh, okay, fair enough. Sometimes it's just one of those days. How's the weather over there? Is it still super cold? And how's the weather by you, Alfergs?
Snowy and cold. Very, very cold.
It's still snowing? That's wild. Does it snow, like, how...
Right.
How often does it snow up to? Like, until when does it usually snow where you
are? Usually, probably a good month into spring.
Jesus, really? Wow.
Yo.
That's wild. Okay.
There was 1 year where they were like, it was like my 11th or 12th grade year.
Yeah.
And they were thinking, we had so many snow days that they were actually thinking of pushing the school year back like a week or two.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I know one of my friends who was in Canada, her school year got pushed back like a whole month and a half.
Yeah. Sheesh. A month of school. Wow.
Yeah, that's how much school they missed.
Wow. Just for snow? Do you get a lot of snow? Where you're in the Midwest though, right? Like I didn't realize that the Midwest got that snowy.
Well, they do live in the only state that's able to drive south to Canada, so
What?
so
Make it make sense in my brain, all right? You gave me a new wrinkle.
so my state, it's Michigan. It's shaped like a mitten. There's a
right,
right
yeah,
side
yeah.
of where the shadow of the thumb would be, that connects to Canada.
Ooh,
So anybody who lives north of that spot drives south to get to Canada.
Oh God. Okay. So, and you're in that area, right?
I'm on the opposite side.
Oh, okay. Oh, but it is a quality of your state. All right, fair enough.
Yes.
Jerry was Scottish. Everyone remembers him. Oh, he was, so he died then. Oh, okay. Everyone remembers him for Bake Street, and he did Stuck in the Middle with You and Steelers Wheel. Oh, Stuck in the Middle with You. It's been a while since I've heard that one, for sure. Rafferty sadly died back in 2011 from liver failure. He was 63. Oi. That's not super old to go out. It's been a bit windy today where I live because of Storm Otto, but has mostly affected Scotland and the northeast of Britain. Okay, very cool. Yeah, hi taters. Why are we're back on mitten hands because Midwesterners are weird, and they like, I don't know, they do weird things based on like the shape of their. I've just learned that if you live at the top of Michigan, you have to drive south to get to Canada, so nothing makes sense anymore. And people in Michigan like do things with their mittens. No, it's based on the shape of your.
Our state looks like a hand. We can just use our hand as a map.
Yeah. So they just hold up their hand and they're like, "Hey, I live in the pinky. Oh, cool. I live in the thumb. Yay!" And it's like the most of all the Midwestern stereotypes as like people who do this kind of thing. It seems like it's right on brand for people who live in the Midwest.
You're not wrong about the Midwest. This is specifically people from Michigan.
Okay. I've watched many videos with like, oh man, like a Midwest neighbor just moved next door, or like trying to do everything with a Midwest accent to solve conflicts and stuff. Wait, you know what? I've got a video about this. I'm gonna show you exactly what I mean. Hold on.
Oh no. Probably go to the stream for this.
No, I'll stream it. Don't worry. It's called the Midwest Voice Translator. Incredible.
Oh, this is the one by Charlie Barons, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love this one.
Oh God. Oh, jeez. Whoa. Hang on. There we go.
To be fair, that is mostly a Wisconsinite accent.
Okay.
Specifically.
I'm very old school when it comes to my hobbies, especially music, and I got my dad and granddad to thank for that. Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, old school music has some of the best stuff out there. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen for you. Hold on. There we go. Oh, goodness. Okay, here we go. This is one of the best videos of all time. Are you all ready?
Have you or someone you love ever been to certain parts of the Midwest and wondered, hey there guy, can you borrow me a battery? What in the hell is this guy saying? A what? A battery. A bad tree? No, guy, not a bad tree. I'm talking about a battery for the clicker.
Now, this is something that I do. I also call it a battery because because it's only when we say battery, that's a crime. It's not a source of power, unfortunately. So yeah, I relate to that.
Has your Midwest friend ever said to you, "Oh yeah, come on over, maybe bring a beer or treat"? Then he gets mad when you show up with a treat. What the heck is that? Keep her moving, put her down by the Davenport. Introducing the world's first Midwest voice translator and bottle opener.
And bottle
the
opener.
only device that translates Wisconsinese, Ypernese, and Minnesotan into English. Where'd you say you want this again? I just put her down by the Davenport. Place the item by the couch. The Midwest voice translator works on simple phrases. Gee, did you eat?
Gee.
Complex phrases. Wearing my blaze orange up top, my camo down below. I am wearing my church clothes. Compound sentences. Guy says to me, "You want a Bud Light?" I says, "I might as well swig from the bubbler. You know, it's a horse apiece." A man asked me if I wanted a Bud Light. I told him I might as well drink from the water fountain. It's the same thing. And even profanity. Jeepers, cripes, oh, Friday. Now this device is so powerful, it can even detect changes in emotion. Watch how the exact same phrase can mean two very different things. Oh, let me squeeze right past you. Excuse me, mind if I pass? Oh, let me squeeze right past you. Drive your sorry ass back to Illinois. Now, occasionally, there will be a word or phrase this device does not understand. Hey, can you wash them walleyes into zinc? That's when you turn to the bottle opener function. And after a couple beers, you'll be speaking the same language anyway. Run that water on them things still unthawed pretty good yet. Oh yeah, she's unthawing good. And wait, if you order within the next 30 minutes, we'll throw in a Wisconsin voice translator Apple TV koozie absolutely free. Simply slip this koozie on your Apple TV and your favorite movies and television shows will be dubbed into Wisconsinese.
Incredible.
You ever been to Wisconsin? Home of the Packers, Miller High Life Light, the champagne of beers. What? Well, they have some of the coldest winters around.
What?
I have to go home now. To my Packers. Do you know the last time the Vikings won a Super Bowl? Yeah, never. Christ!
Normally, the Midwest voice translator bottle opener and the Apple TV translator koozie would be hundreds of cents. But if you order right now,
hundreds of
both
cents,
can be yours for 2 low payments of your favorite 6-pack. That's right, just
incredible.
Send us a beer and these are yours. The address is on the screen, or you can go to mantalkmint.com. You can even send Bud Light because trees have to drink too. So what are you waiting for? Get yours today. No trees were harmed in the making of this commercial because Bud Light is water. Are you of the bus?
Why do people? I mean, yeah, I get it. I think I have we had a beer in South Africa that everyone would make fun of as well. Amazing. Thanks for going on that brief journey with me, and the stream has been derailed already. Incredible.
You're welcome.
Assault and battery. Exactly. I hope Terry was doing well today with Storm Otto going on in the background. I know he's been very busy lately trying to fund his next film. Yeah. You mentioned that in the last stream, and I went and watched his latest video when he builds the Star Wars Andor thing, and it is the most chilled thing that I've seen in a long time. Like, he's just so relaxed and he's just building something on his kitchen counter. It's great. I love it. It is truly what I believe the internet was made for. Just like sharing, just communicating across the world. It's great. Very, very cool. And Storm Otto is, I don't really hear about like named storms. So I presume this one's fairly large and is kind of passing over your area. That's wild. Is everyone okay? Like in your, well, I mean, has anyone been killed or hurt or anything? Is it like, has it been super dangerous? Or is it just a really bad wind that's passing over and everyone just needs to stay inside? The tree needs its mojo. I mean, yeah, true. Like I said, Terry's a pro at making stuff. He's been doing this stuff since he was a kid. Yeah, no, it seems like it. Seems like a pro. For sure. Alferg, oh wait, muted. Alferg, unmute thyself. I wish to speak with you. Hey.
Hi.
What's going on today? Why were you raging in chat? What's your TikTok then called you out as well. What's going on? Why do you want to drive to the beach and scream obscenities? I mean, you don't have to talk about it on stream. Like, that's totally fine, too. We can talk about it later.
That is definitely something that I would prefer to talk off stream for.
Oh, for sure. No, not at all. All right, but anytime. How are you feeling right now, though, then? Like, a little bit better later on? Or, well, I mean, it just happened for you. Sorry, I mean, I guess you're still living in Friday, it's not Saturday yet. It's the morning for me, so I've slept off anything that I felt last night.
I've gotten slightly better about it. So I was able to get some things off my chest to people involved.
Okay, that's good.
Mainly, so as I did mention in the Discord, a lot of it is me basically wanting to play the problem solver, the therapist sort of person.
Yeah.
And the biggest issue right now is none of the parties involved need somebody like that. They need to be able to get their intense emotions off of their chest first.
Yeah.
But I just want to jump in and be like, hey, let's talk it out. Let's fix this problem. Things might not go the way that we really want them to, or they might. We don't know. But that's not what they need right now. And I just have a hard time with that patience.
Yeah. Remember, yeah, part of being a friend or a cared about one to anyone is part of when they need you is also about what they need, So it's cool that you understand that. The one of the biggest obstacles for making friends on a deeper level like that is definitely understanding that what may work for you in the moment, or what may fix the problem quicker or more efficiently, is not really what is needed at the moment, or in that moment. Yeah. So, yeah, self-awareness and sort of like introspection about that is great. So good for you. But I can understand if it's really frustrating that it's just like, okay, well, just like get it over with, and then we can talk about it and move on. Or like you can see a way to fix it or to and to solve it, and it's just it's not taking at the moment either, and that can also be frustrating. But yeah, anytime. My DMs are always open. We can talk about it anytime. My area hasn't been hit hard. I know the East Coast main line had a lot of disruptions, causing huge problems for a lot of rail services. Okay. But it's not like okay, cool. So it's just like some transport delays. Doesn't feel like really like a huge massive disaster. Yeah. Still, be careful. Lock up your doors or keep your windows closed and stuff. All right. Now, things were requested earlier, which is why we're here in tabletop. It was voted. The people have spoken. Now we're here doing tabletop stuff. But there was a specific thing that was requested to do today, and that was a kind of a full deep dive introduction to the Star Wars D6 tabletop system, which is the one that I use for all sorts of things. So I am going to go to some fantasy royalty-free music, because why not? Hold on. No. I'm going to royalty-free sci-fi music, and then we'll see. Royalty-free music. We're looking for playlists. Atmospheric sci-fi soundtracks. Well, that doesn't say royalty-free. Come on, people. I want to be able to... You know what? This is fine. This is fine, too. This is ASCII. ASCII does great soundtrack stuff. And it's also royalty-free, which is awesome. I know you requested this, taters. That's why we're here. I am here to do your bidding.
That's why I voted for it.
Excellent. See, we have supportive friends here. My dad didn't have a lot of friends growing up, nor did he have much either, so he used to go out a lot, either bird watching or fishing back in the 70s. Whenever we get strong winds, trampolines go flying along. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's a great image, honestly. All right, yeah. Not about your dad not having friends, about the trampolines going flying. That's a funnier image. Oh yeah. So then you got your hobbies and interests like from your dad, right? like your music stuff, and that's why you keep things fairly old school. So your dad was a bird watcher. Okay. Have you inherited any of those interests? Like, I know you're a train spotter and a photographer. So does bird watching or fishing, like, does that interest you now, or is it just something that you did with your dad? I can't jump on voice right now, but I can chat. That's fine. My kids are still running around all feral and stuff, so I can't do voice chat. That's okay. Wait, why did it take away your I can't do voice chat, but I can be in tech? Oh, maybe you deleted it. Can you delete things from live chat? That's interesting. Oh, wow. Either way. Yeah, okay. Do text, taters. It's all good. I would like to take some time to quickly check out and see if I know this song Baker Street that Dr. Mad has been doing. Hold on. Ooh. Why do I know this song? Why do I feel like this song has been in a meme? Oh man, I remember playing on keyboards like this. Oh, it's this one! Oh. Yeah, this is a jam. This is a jam. Ah, I love this song. We gotta wait for that. It's the most replayed part of it as well. You gotta wait for that to happen. Here we go. Ooh. Amazing. I can't listen to the whole thing for copyright reasons, but there you go. I do know that song. Okay. So what are we doing? We're going straight into the world of tabletop RPGs. Specifically, the one that I play. So, what I am gonna do is, I think, Taters, I'll let you lead this since you requested it. What would you like to know about the system? Like, would you like a crash course? Would you like to be sold on it? Like, what part of the system interests you the most? I can give you a rundown of, like, the things that I love inside it, and the things that I, like, prefer to, you know, something more mainstream like D&D 5e. But, yeah. Oh, you can remove things on YouTube. That's interesting. I did used to go fishing with my dad when I was a lad. We usually went to a part of the Shropshire Union Canal. Shropshire? Is that how am I pronouncing it correctly? In Cheshire. Baker Street was a massive hit in '78, both in the UK and the US. I know. My parents both know that track very well. You're like 29. It's super surprising. Very classic.
Yeah,
What's that, Alfred?
I'm a little young for that one.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, yeah, exactly. But even like, I'm 26, and I definitely didn't grow up on that kind of music. I mean, no, I did, but like, it wasn't in my area. It was in my parental area, not in my like friend like social circles and stuff. So yeah. Dr. Mad, do you have people like in your social circle who listen to the same stuff as well? Literally top to bottom, like how to play, how to create a character, how to DM. Okay, very cool. Here we go. All right, so number one, first of all, I'll sell you on it, right? Not because that will help you like understand how the system works. All right, so first of all, the Star Wars D6 system is based on a D6. That's it. There are no other dice that you roll. It's literally just a D6. So you never have to get confused with, do I roll a D20 for attack hits? Do I roll a D8 for damage, depending on the weapon, whatever? No, it's always a D6. It's a D6 for damage, it's a D6 for attacks, it's a D6 for skill checks, it's for whatever. And the only difference is, it's not about the fact that it's a D6. Excuse me. It's about the fact that it's a number of D6s. And the better you are at something, the more D6s you roll. That is the general principle, right? The next thing that makes it up is on the D6, you have something called, whenever you roll anything, everything is always a skill check, right? So even damage is kind of a skill check. Actually, no, damage would be a one exception. But either way, it's almost always a skill check of some kind. There are a ton of skills in the system, and basically you can have, say, the human average has 2d6 to roll in certain skills, but if you are like professionally trained, like a like a stormtrooper, you might roll 4d6 or 5d6, right? And that can increase your average totals, but also you have a lot of elements of luck and chance and things going your way aside from normal dice. And then because it's Star Wars, you have like the influence of the Force as well. So for example, in every roll you make with a d6, in every like roll you make, whether it's a skill check, a damage roll, a damage resistance roll, whatever, one of the dice is called a wild die. And that's kind of one of the main staple mechanics of this system. That if the wild die lands on a 2 through 5, fine, nothing happens, just gets added to the total. If it rolls a 6, the die explodes and you roll it again. So you add a 6 to your total as normal, and then it rolls again. And then you add that new thing to the total. If that new thing is a 6, it explodes again, and you roll again, and you add that one to the total. And so your wild die, if you're lucky enough, can just keep exploding and exploding and exploding, and it will just, yeah, it just never stops until you thingy. Until you don't roll a 6 anymore. If you roll a 1 on the wild die, then one of 4 things can happen. Essentially, that's like a natural 1 in D&D, but it's not as penalizing because it's not an auto fail, because remember you've got a ton of other d6 potentially to back it up and create a new total, and it's also a 1 in 6 chance as opposed to a 1 in 20 chance, so it wouldn't automatically be a failure. But it does do things, and that's really up to the GM. So the GM could rule that nothing happens just because, screw it. It's not really an impactful roll. It wouldn't make narrative sense to involve some weird complication, so I'm just going to leave it. You could also take away the highest roll from the roll as like there's a slightly less chance of your succeeding now. Or the GM could rule that there is a complication. One of 3 things, not one of 4 things. The GM could rule there's a complication, and that's like less of a natural 1 and more like you kind of fail forward. So something happens that will complicate you later, like your gun jams or something, but somehow you succeed, but your gun still jams, or I don't know. It really is up to GM stuff. So that's basically how the mechanics work. You tell, but that's how the mechanics work. But none of it. The dice are there, as with all role-playing games. This is not specific to the Star Wars D6 one, but as with all role-playing games, the dice are there to facilitate a story. They're not the guide. They're not the driving force. You are the driving force. This system puts a very specific emphasis on not you going, can I roll this? Instead, it says, can I do this? And then your GM says, roll that. So just like you see people roleplay on D&D and stuff, it's the same. It's the same concept. It's not like a novel thing, but it's baked into the system that the GM, that even in combat, you don't necessarily say, I'd like to use my action to do this and my bonus action to do that, and I'd like to do this. In combat, for example, it is also narrative. And even though there are lots of mechanics, the GM is responsible for most of the mechanics. And as a player, you tell the GM just what you want to do. Just say, hi, I have a character who's doing this, and you think cinematically about it. And you go, okay, my character like runs up, slides undercover, and shoots twice at the stormtrooper before, moving back undercover over there. And your DM goes, okay, cool. That's 4 actions. Let's work with that. And they handle the mechanics. Very, very, very interesting way of handling combat specifically. And it means that combat does have the potential to drag if you get bogged down in too many mechanics, but it has a specific focus on being action-packed and like as fast-paced as it can be. So there may be a lot of rules for the system, but not only as another golden rule of the system, can you disregard any rule if it is hindering the story or the pacing, but also specifically in combat, it's encouraged for the players to think narratively rather than mechanically, which is really, really cool. All right.
Would like to slap a kilogram of thermite onto this man because fuck him and this entire train.
That is what actually happened in one of our sessions. Hello, Ash.
Hey.
What an entrance. Incredible. As a rogue, I love D6s. Fellow rogue. Love rogues. I think my favorite class is druid myself in D&D, but rogue is awesome. Most people I know have similar interests like I do. My dad's two top favorite artists are U2 and Bruce Springsteen. Excellent choices. Well, my granddad's was the Beatles and Bob Dylan. Also excellent choices. Both of them shared a deep love for music. They used to go out together a lot to Liverpool. Okay. My grandpa passed away in 2021, aged 86. Oh, man. Sorry to hear that, but sounds like he had a good innings, hey? And, well, that's fairly recent. Actually, yeah, I think my grandfather also died in, it was 2020. It was 2020. No, 2021. It was 2021. Yeah, same. He was 84? 84, I think, yeah. So, yeah, similar guys, yeah. Sorry if any of my typing is incorrect. The autocorrect has been acting up again. No, that's fine. Don't worry. My stream froze. I had to jump back. I had exploding die and then it froze. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I'll basically say like, okay, so one of the dice in your dice pool is always called a wild die, and that determines the roll of luck or like the roll of fate in the system. Like just little tiny slips of fate, not the big ones because we'll get to those, but just little tiny ones. So for example, if it's a 6. You can roll again and again and again and again and again until you stop rolling 6s. The same dice. So basically, you roll, and if your wild die turns up a 6, it explodes. You add it to the total like 6 as normal, and then you roll the wild die again, just that one. And if it's a 6 again, it explodes again, and then again and again and again until you stop rolling 6s, and you can just keep adding up, and you get crazy totals. Like we've had wild die explode like 6 times.
We've had ridiculous.
Yeah,
fucking-
it's been stupid.
like,
yeah.
It's like more than double the total.
Yeah,
amount.
exactly. Just because you can keep rolling 6s until you don't roll 6s anymore. But then if you roll a 1, it's like a very minor. It's like a minor natural 1. Like I said, different from D&D because yeah, Taters, I'm not sure where you stopped, but I'll just keep going. You tell me if you've heard it already. But basically, if you if you roll a 1, it's kind of like a soft natural 1. Because you do have other dice to like make up the total for you just in case, but also it's kind of like a, you know, either you just made it or another complication occurs or something like that. So yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't grow up playing board games, but I did win at Monopoly once back in college when everyone in my class spent all their money. I like the way you tell that as if you like you've only ever played Monopoly one time and it was back in college and you remember it fondly and you're about to tell me like the chronicle of how you played Monopoly and won, and that was like your foray into board games. This is not quite a board game. I'd say it falls into the realm of tabletop games, but more like a tabletop role-playing game. So Dungeons and Dragons, things like that. Things that are played less on a board and more in your mind and on pen and paper. Or electronic pen and paper if you're doing it online like I am. So yeah, welcome to this part of the stream. And if you're interested in Star Wars, then stick around because that's what we're talking about. So actually, wait, I know you're a Star Wars fan. I think you mentioned that last stream as well. Anyway, Taters, yes. So so you roll a certain number of d6s to reflect how well your character succeeds or fail, or how good they are at a certain skill. And then, you know, obviously, if the total is high, they succeed. If the total is low, they fail. You as the GM, set a difficulty number that is that can range anywhere from like 1 to 5, which is considered a very easy thing, which most people will just pass without the need to roll. All the way to 31 plus, which is called a heroic roll. And for that, like, originally when the system was made in the 80s, which is back when the first edition came out, we're not on the first edition, but when the first edition came out, it was intended that a heroic roll would be like Luke firing a torpedo into the sort of shaft of the Death Star to blow it up. That's, what was it called? Like a reactor shaft or something? Exhaust port?
Yeah.
It was an exhaust port, yeah. So Luke firing the proton torpedo into the exhaust port would be a heroic role in the eyes of the original creators of the system. However, as things go on, obviously, number creep happens. People get stupidly powerful. Right now, I have a party of people who are in like end game, and they're kind of at end game level. So they're some of the most powerful people in the galaxy. And they are, for the skills that they do well at, like their primary skills, they regularly roll higher than heroic, like regularly. So there is that power creep that you do need to watch out for if you'd like to keep your game fairly on the ground, which mine is certainly not at a lot of times, because we have a slicer in Ash who can, like, I don't know, she can probably invent Wi-Fi if she wanted to in Star Wars. She regularly rolls like above 40, which is, I mean, it's ridiculous for the original intention of the system. But as long as you make your universe move with the power level, then it should be fine. I love the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon from the 80s, which I remembered it airing on Fox Kids. That's super interesting. The Phantom Menace was my first Star Wars film. I can still remember the day my dad took me to see it in 1999. Man, I was too young for that kind of stuff. My dad wasn't really a Star Wars fan, so yeah. The first Star Wars movie I saw was Episode 3 in 2005. I think it was 2005. Yeah, I was 10. I was 6 years old, and I was completely unaware of the hype surrounding it. Yeah, like people, I've seen videos of like queues out the door. It was so interesting. What edition is it at? Ash is awesome, so that makes sense. Hey, Ash.
Hey.
Taters is calling you awesome again.
Yeah. Speaking of, I have an awesome story from a D&D game.
Go ahead. Oh, hold on first. So the Star Wars edition, this game is called the West End Games Star Wars D6 system. And I know right behind me is still space. I'm going to actually get to some books, and we can actually talk like visually as well. But the edition, when it came out in the 80s, it was in the wake of the original trilogy. And I need to give you a little bit of history first before Ash tells her story. But first edition was released about in the 80s, and then since then, the community ran with it, because the company that originally made it opened their content. They made their content open source, and they kind of anchored the Star Wars IP to, obviously the Star Wars IP is copyrighted, but they anchored the system IP to something called OpenD6 Space, which is the system that they use. They just Star Warsified it, but OpenD6 Space is an open source system, which you can just use for anything. And people have used it for lots of things. But for Star Wars specifically, West End Games had that. And then I think West End Games went under, or something like that. And the community took this and ran with it. And since then, we've now had a second edition, and then we've had a second edition re-up, which stands for Revised, Expanded, and Updated. And that's what I use. The second edition, Revised, Expanded, and Updated. It's the most sort of new one. But in this system is blessed by one of the most involved and actively publishing communities I have ever seen for a tabletop system. Like, I know how big the homebrew community is in D&D, but from a percentage standpoint, I feel like this one is bigger, like more actively making game-changing stuff. They edit house rules, they update the rulebooks all the time. The rulebook version itself doesn't change. They don't like release new rulebooks, but they add like homebrew rules, they add new systems. People, the second that Star Wars content comes out, like Andor, for example, there is someone making a stat sheet for all the stuff you see in Star Wars, for the people, the species you see, for the characters you have, for the ships and the weapons and the vehicles and stuff. It's incredible how active the community is at making stuff. And yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. So essentially, I'll go back and do the history first, and then Ash can tell her story. So, in the 80s, in the wake of the original trilogy, obviously, you know, there's a need for, because Star Wars is literally a cultural reset for so many people. For literally, just the world was changed by the release of Star Wars. So it made sense that, you know, it should branch out into things like board games and then, you know, tabletop role-playing games. And so West End came up with this thing, this game in the 80s that was fairly limited in its kind of more nuanced Star Wars applications, but essentially they took what we had seen in the original trilogy, and when I say built upon it, I mean they built the rest of Star Wars. West End Games is single-handedly responsible for the creation of the expanded universe. And from them, they were a springboard that other creators and other entities could use to create the expanded universe and legends as we know it today. That we have West End Games to thank because of what they did with this tabletop role-playing game. And that's why part of the reason I love it so much is because of just the history it has, you know? It is the reason why Coruscant is named Coruscant. It's the reason why the Twi'lek species is named Twi'leks. That is why we play. That is why. That is why we know so many things, names of planets, droids, species, weapons, whatever, as the names we do because of this tabletop role-playing system. It is amazing what they did. So yeah, and because of that, now we have all the expanded universe we have. So after all the revised and updated editions and stuff, here we are with 2E re-up, and the system is still going. Absolutely. And here endeth the lesson. Ash, story.
Alright, so I've got this Icewind Dale game here.
Yes, I do. I am aware.
Yes, and originally I was playing a druid in it.
Okay. What kind of druid?
Moon druid.
The best.
Yep. Wait, no. Is it moon?
I would say shepherd
Yes.
druid is like. In fact, shepherd druid is the best for me. Moon druid is like a close second. But yes, continue.
No, yeah, moon druid. But in Icewind Dale, there's this ancient white dragon. Yeah.
Yes. What is it? It begins with an A, doesn't it? Arvatus or something.
Arvaturus.
Yeah. That's a dragon that lives in the realm of Storm King's Thunder. They also talk about that dragon, yeah. Because it's all in Faerun, which is like OG D&D land. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, she's an ancient white dragon. She generally keeps to herself.
Mm-hmm.
She's got the frozen corpse of her former master on her back.
Yep.
So, there's a random encounter table.
Yes, and you can randomly
dragon.
encounter her. Yeah.
Yeah, and we did.
Oh no.
So, she was just eating a reindeer. But me being me, I decided to say hello.
To an ancient white dragon.
Yeah, and you know what? She didn't kill us.
Cool.
I said hi to her. I told her of what we're trying to do, which is, kick out the bitch who's making it very, very cold. Not
Yeah.
That, matter to the dragon. But also that there were some mean, angry dwarves trying to, make their own dragon and take over, which obviously, if, she rules the area, she's going to be interested in that.
Okay, yeah. Fair.
And then, then she just kind of left. And then stuff happened, and that druid got mind controlled by some Chardalin.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then a few days later, in game time, in real time, it's been months.
as
But in
things
game time-
as things happen in D&D
A few
games.
days later, the party runs into the dragon again.
Oh god, another random encounter?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know, obviously she recognized some of them, and then I think she literally asked where my druid was, because my druid was literally the first person who's ever tried to actually like talk to her.
Yeah.
Because obviously, you know, you see this giant ancient white dragon, you're like, nah.
Yeah,
no thanks.
I'm leaving immediately.
and when they told her, she actually seemed kind of sad and then left.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. Ah,
But yeah, that's my
that's such a
druid befriended an ancient white dragon. Kind
that's
of.
such a cute
maybe.
story. Yeah, I like that. Oh goodness. All right. Let's see. Jango Fett was my favorite Star Wars character when I was a kid. I find Jango Fett very interesting. I played the hell out of Bounty Hunter on the PS2. Oh, classic. Even had a backpack of him I took with me to primary school. That's so cute. All right, so interesting. So it's all available online then? Absolutely. It is all available online. And in fact, as far as I know, it's kind of rare to find hardcover copies of the rulebooks. Particularly because there really is only one copy of the rulebook, and all the other stuff you can find in like antique sort of tabletop bookstores because they're not up to date. So there are some adventure journals that were literally written in the 80s that like expand the universe a little bit that I don't really use, but they're fun if you want to read them. They're also available online. Everything is available online with this incredible site that I'm going to show you right now called the Rancor Pit. The Rancor Pit is the index. It's an index in a series of forums that that is all about the Star Wars D6 system. And here, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Yeah. Right. Before we do, where do you usually go to access the information? A specific site? Yes, this is the holy grail of Star Wars D6. This is a Rancor Pit. Now, when I first locked onto the system, it was 2018? Yeah, 2017. When I first locked onto the system, it was 2017. And I since downloaded everything that the Rancor Pit had to offer and just read through all of it offline. So I've had it offline for many, many years, but there have still been regular updates to these things. There are forums that still exist, things like that. There's a Discord. If you get too involved, like I'm part of the Discord as well. A bunch of people recently joined as well. It went like mini viral on a Reddit post recently. But yeah. When it gets updated, I download the most important stuff. But for now, the main rules and stuff seem to be pretty set. House rules have been there for a while. It's mainly just working out the kinks in the community and stuff. But yeah, the Rancor Pit forums and the Rancor Pit like indexes are where you go for this system. And D6 Holocron. So for me, there are mainly three. The Rancor Pit is basically like where the community lies. The D6 Holocron is the D6 Holocron. The D6 Holocron is where you get all of your downloads from the West End Games core rulebook, Galaxy Guides, minis, source books, adventures, supplements, all that stuff is there. And the third one is a fan-made website, which is, I don't believe this one. I think it might be this one. It's .org. It is an org website. Yes, which is this one. RPGgamer.org is a community-built website that creates homebrew Star Wars for D6 and basically converts other things into the Star Wars D6 system. So everything from like, there's also Buffy RPG, Stargate, Warhammer, Farscape, all that stuff there. But this is and this is D&D, but it mainly focuses on Star Wars D6, and it just takes every like homebrew thing you can think of that's not in the main rules, and it puts them here. And it gets updated literally every day. Like literally every day there's a new one there. So like on the 17th of February, Today's batch of characters from Rogue One are Torius Cord, Dobias Cole Truton, Colonel Bandwin Core, and Captain Shafe, all added to the characters section. And today's Scottish folklore creature is the Bodak, added to the Dungeons and Dragons section. So they're literally adding every single day for like no apparent fame or anything. It's just incredible. Like, whoever Freddy is, incredible community leader with an incredible website. It really, really is amazing. So yeah. They did Bad Batch stuff as well. This week's episode of the Bad Batch. It's really, really cool. Very, very cool. So yeah, those are the basic 3 websites. The main community-run one is Rankle Pit. D6 Holocron is just a source, like a book source. And RPGgamer.org is the homebrew, like the main homebrew website. Yeah. And this is it. Very, very cool. I want to be friends with Freddy. Same. All right. It's been so long now, but there was a time I was so addicted to Yu-Gi-Oh! Are you me? Me too. I had in school, I had I had multiple decks that I would bring, and we would have like school-wide tournaments at my school, my primary school, because that was when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was around when I was a kid, and we would. It would get wild. It would get really, really wild. Man, I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, every kid I know in the school playground playing the game, swapping cards, absolutely. I still have some training cards, those being Doctor Who, Rattles in Time, Digimon, and Disney's Gargoyles. Oh, Digimon as well. Can't believe it's been 30 years ago this year Mr. Blobby became a household name in Britain. Ashes, do you know Mr. Blobby?
Yes.
Okay. Who's Mr. Blobby? Is it from Doctor Who?
No, it's from your nightmares.
Why? What is...
Like, at first glance, you could kind of see, like, this guy, it's a fun character, colourful polka dots. And then you look a little closer, and then you hear the voice, and oh boy.
I loved Mr. Blobby during my childhood, and I don't care what anyone else thinks. To me, he was the pure embodiment of the 1990s, a reminder of what a fun decade it was. Man, if time machines are ever invented in my lifetime, I would not hesitate to go back to those good old days again. South Africa was not a great time in the 90s. I mean, late 90s, sure, everyone was happy that apartheid was ending, but early 90s, not so great. So, can't relate. But yeah, Mr. Blobby. Hang on, I'm gonna Google it. Wait.
Look up a clip of Mr. Bobby.
Yeah, we're gonna look up
Blobby.
Mr. Bobby. Yes.
Because you have to hear the voice as well. You can't
Okay,
just...
we're looking at Mr. Blobby. Oh no. Oh. Noel's House Party, broadcast on BBC One. Okay, Mr. Blobby has an official YouTube channel. Wait, hold on. Okay, now I used to watch the shit out of Noddy when I was a kid. Like, so Noddy makes sense. But if you share a like people also search for, if you share a community with someone who looks like this and that, I'm already... And apparently Mr. Blobby is also considered a musical artist, which is very, very interesting.
Yes, Mr. Blobby has released songs.
Oh my goodness. Noddy was cool? Yeah, Noddy was cool. I loved Nobby. Nobby? Yes. I'm Mr. Blobby and Noddy at the same time.
Nobby.
Wait, this Mr. Blobby went on Alan Carr? What? 4 million views. Hi YouTube, Mr. Blobby here. Thank you for visiting my Blobby channel. You know what? It reminds me of me when I was a kid creating comic books. Like, I used to write comic books about 2 characters, superheroes, called Cheeseman and Pancake. That's the same kind of vibe that this is giving me. Here you will find everything Blobby. Ugh. Please feel free to contact me and give ideas for new videos. I may be a mega star, but I still find time to reply to my fans. Thanks, Mr. Blobby. Mr. Blobby surprises Holly, Philip, Alice, and Carol Vorderman. Oh my goodness. Alright, here we go.
And Alice Beer is helping you add more money.
I like watching clips of these two. They're hilarious.
to your bank account.
they
She's
are,
busy
yeah.
finding out the best ways to sell your old belongings online. How's it
Especially all
going?
the shit
It's
with,
going
like,
very well
Gino.
because I'm
Yeah.
They
I get
they wind him up on purpose.
every now and then I get Gino clips on my TikTok feed. It's great. It's great. Looks like Pokeroo. I don't know who Pokeroo is either. Y'all are speaking a language I cannot understand.
selling a few things.
But I'm sure. Wait, hold on. We're looking at Pokeroo now. Stream has been derailed. That's Pokeroo. Oh, it's a polka.kangaroo. Wow, I could have like, brained that.
It's just random things like very old Kindles for just £6. I mean, you think, is that worth it? Over the weekend, you may have seen
yeah,
some
you
people
remember
found things in their
Polka
house that
as
were
well.
making much more money. Let me get up
Polka
this
dot door.
advert on eBay, and there it is. If you happen to have Mr. Blobby in your wardrobe, the original BBC costume for the 1990s, currently going for
£61,000.
If only we had Mr. Blobby in our wardrobe. I mean, wouldn't that be brilliant? We'd make
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm really worried.
No! No! It has the... Wait. Don't even. I know that voice. I want you to tell me... Hang on. I need you... Hold on. Right. Are you all ready? Listen to that voice again. Right? Listen to it again. Let's wait for it.
I mean, just behind them. They're on eBay. They're on eBay. Don't. Just don't. Oh, you smashed the thing. Oh, seriously, that's all. Can I just say hello?
Not seen you for a long time. Welcome.
It's all right, that one, Blobby.
Welcome, Blobby.
No, that's not a problem. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Electricity, what could possibly go wrong? Blobby, go away or I'm going to put you on eBay.
He's going to be on eBay in a matter of moments.
Okay, I just want you to, like, memorize that, like, pay attention to that voice, and now listen to this.
Fetch me their soul!
I don't know if you guys couldn't hear it because it wasn't on the same thing, but it'll come up on stream. Hang on, I'll play it again. Listen to Blobby. Hang on, here we go.
No, that's not a problem. Oh my goodness.
The way he's laughing and dancing, and then hang on. Hold on. Oh my God, and then
Fetch me their soul!
that's exactly the voice. Mr. Blobby is the Black Ops zombie demon. That's what I've decided. Oh, hold on. There we go. I have decreed that is Mr. Blobby.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. I appreciate that education. I mean, I chose to derail my stream, but Cheeseman and pancakes sound cool, says the potato. They were cool. They fought crime. And I remember making them do really weird stuff. I can't exactly remember what it was, but I had a very specific way of drawing them that I could probably still remember if I did it now. And no, I will not be doing them again. My first stop in my time machine would be going back to 1993 to see Jerry Rafferty live at the Manchester Apollo during his final tour. Wait. Were you... If you're 29 now, you were born in 93. So, do you mean you didn't go, but you want to go? Or okay. Blobby, my hope. Pokeroo was absolutely terrifying. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, if I look at some of the kids shows that we used to watch now, I think, man, I'm very glad that we don't make too many adults dance around in clown costumes nowadays. Okay, but Pokeroo would basically jump scare you. Oh no. You're definitely making your comic sound sus af. What? What do you mean my comic sound? Wait. What's wait, why? Wait, explain. Explain. I am now confused. While that's happening, back to tabletop. So, So, what we have already from here, Star Wars D6 role-playing game, we have the official rules, house rules, game masters, adventures, campaigns, all that stuff. So, there's a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff. And it's been talked about very recently. Like, look, everything is like, for example, literally the first edition of Star Wars was literally last discussed yesterday or 2 days ago. So, it's really, really, really is updated, like, a lot. So yeah, very interesting. Ships, vehicles, equipment, and tech. Last time yesterday. So let's go check what's going on there. These are all stickies. And when was this last updated? C.R. McNeil is a very, very, very like active member of the community who makes a ton of homebrew rules. And yeah, so this is like, I think this is their sort of like main repository of stuff, I think. But yeah,
Yo,
very
fucking
interesting.
Bananas in pajamas? Hell yeah.
I would make them do weird stuff. I don't remember exactly, but I would draw them kind of strange and no, I won't be doing them again. Oh, my comic sound, yes. Oh, right. Sorry, I just didn't, I didn't key how to read a sentence. So it's my fault. It's not yours. Don't worry. I just can't read. But yes, now that I'm literate again, I mean, I know I'm not exactly making them seem like the most innocent of comic book characters. They were kind of, I was 10 years old when I wrote them, so wasn't really like, you know, filled with weird 10-year-old humor and like, you know, stuff that is just super stupid and dumb and cringy. But back then it was a hoot. I would draw them kind of strange. No, there was a specific way that I would draw their faces. Like, it would be, and it's still the way I draw smiley faces now. It's 2 lines and then a smile. Instead of eyes, I would draw lines for eyes. And it made them feel quite, like, unique. And I remember Bananas in Pajamas. Me and my younger sister loved watching that show back in the day. I also watched Bananas in Pajamas, just for a small time, I think. It wasn't, like, my favorite thing. When I was a kid, Noddy and Postman Pat were, like, my favorite things. As a parent of 10-year-olds, I get it. Yeah, you understand. Okay, cool. So, Star Wars. Here we go. So, you've essentially just got a bunch of stuff all the time on the Rancor Pit. Then, the D6 Holocron. Basically, all you'll really need, this is the wiki, which gives you a whole bunch of other stuff, which is like different force powers and different aliens and droids, starships, star systems. There is a shitload of stuff on the D6 Holocron, but also you can get the core rulebooks, and these are the core rulebooks. And you can see the covers. You can really tell they were released in the 80s. You can go buy these at like I said, like antique, like old style tabletop bookstores. They might still have some of these, but yeah, exactly. You know exactly what these books smell like. Absolutely.
Slightly mildewy.
Yeah. Like they've got that aged book smell. Like the pages maybe a little bit grayish on the side. Like it's that smell. And when you open the book, the air hasn't been exposed to other air in like a few decades. That's the smell. Incredible. This is the main one. 2nd edition, revised, expanded, and updated. And it was August 1996 that this was first put on the D6 Holocron. And this revised and expanded. Sorry. Revised, expanded, and updated is not here. It was somewhere else. Let's see. I don't know if it's actually here. But it was. Oh, it was when I was. Interesting. Anyway. Yes. So there's 1st edition, which was 1987. And then 2nd edition came out in 1992. And then revised and expanded was 1996. And then later on, we got this bad boy, which was the main PDF. Hold on a second. I'll find it.
Man, even the website looks like it's from the 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? It's great. It looks like an old school, like...
Or it's a current Japanese website. For some reason, they like that.
This is revised, expanded, updated by the Womp Rat Press, which I believe is might be the big like re-up team. So yeah, and they all did this. This was done in can't tell what year this was done. Hold on. Yeah, they don't actually give a year, unfortunately. But yeah, this was after 1996 because this is much more. You can tell this is much more like well compiled, and it's also very obviously electronically made. This wasn't printed.
It also has, Tor art in it.
Oh yes, it does. It has a lot of art from a lot of different eras of Star Wars, including this, which is Star Wars: The Old Republic. So it was made at least in the 2010, like around then. So yeah, so it's much more recent. And this taters is the Holy Grail. If you're going to play Star Wars, there are a lot of different versions. I use this one. I haven't actually had a look at how different the other versions are. I just went for the newest one because it seems like the one with the most community attention, and it is the one with the most community attention. But I would still if you feel like going back, the other systems do some different stuff, but I'd rather just stick with this one. And basically, especially because of, again, one of my favorite things, I have many favorite things that I prefer in D&D, that I prefer to D&D in this system. I use D&D as a benchmark because it's the most famous tabletop RPG system, but I find it's unfortunately benefited from a monopoly, and there are so many other really, really good systems out there that I like to showcase. So here, for example, this system is amazing, and in my opinion, better for a few reasons. The first one is there are no classes, and I know this is a preference choice. Like I know this isn't going to work for everyone, but this game lets you create exactly the kind of character you want to create, no matter what kind of combination of skills you want. You will be able to create this. You will be able to create the character you want within the Star Wars universe. If you want a Jedi, like if I were to play a character, I would be a Jedi pilot. That's it. And you can do that. You can invest in piloting skills, you can invest in force skills, you can invest in lightsaber skills, and then that's it. And I don't need anything else. I'm good. So, yeah, the idea is that the principles of this game are based on cinematic narration that tries not to get bogged down with mechanics, even though there are mechanics for everything if you choose to use them. So for the rule lovers, there's something, and for the rule not so lovers, there's also something. And then on top of that, there are no classes. You can just make whatever you want, and the experience points, called character points, that you earn over the course of the adventure are used to upgrade your skills. There are no levels, so you can just keep upgrading until you reach the top, and then there's really no top at all unless you're a droid, because then you've got like mechanical limits and stuff. But yeah, that's essentially the kind of maxim of the game, that it is designed around, there's a rule if you want the rule, but you never have to use any of them. The golden rule is set a difficulty. If your player beats the difficulty, they succeed in the action. That's the golden rule, and literally everything else is completely up to you. There are rules for everything if you need them, but if you don't want to use them, none of them are necessary, which I think is really, really cool. And they make that very clear about that. I know the DM's guide in D&D also says, like, the rules, never let the rules get in the way of a good story. So, like, I understand that the D&D also focus on that. And any good tabletop should focus on that, in my opinion. Particularly because of, well, I mean, I suppose it's based on my taste. I know that there are many systems out there that are mainly focused on mechanics. You've got a lot of people who really enjoy mechanics and don't really like to roleplay. But they're called tabletop role-playing games, you know? So it kind of makes sense that they would focus on the narrative. But yeah. Okay. Jerry Rafferty didn't tour much throughout his career because of his distrust of the music industry. Oh, really? Interesting. Even before his death, he didn't like the direction music was going into. While most people want fame and the celebrity lifestyle, Rafferty, on the other hand, just wanted respect for his talented songs. Sorry if I'm going on. I'm just that guy in the corner of the pub just chatting away. That's fine. Don't worry. I come back and read your stuff and we move on. I hope you're... Yeah?
Just when you say it like that, even before his death, it makes it sound like after his death, he was even more upset with the state of the music industry.
Yes, I can hear him now saying, this pop music is terrible. Yes.
Really impassioned after he died.
After his death, he started really going into, like, the protest action and stuff. Yeah, I know a few artists like that who are not in agreement with the way the music industry is going, but I feel like I have a question for you then. Since you are sitting in the corner and talking about this stuff, why? I mean, do you agree? And why do you think that is? Why do you think the music industry is going in the way that, you know, Rafferty thought it might be going? Or do you have criticisms for the current music industry? But yeah. 100% agree about the D&D thing. The Monopoly thing, yeah. I like that, to be honest. The classes feel suffocating and restrictive after a while. Especially as you get to later levels and you feel like, man, I've been playing in the same class for like possibly years, like real years of my life. And I really just want to like I don't know, if you're playing a class in D&D, you cannot branch out unless you reach the next level, and then you can multiclass. And multiclassing means you start again at the beginning at level 1. And in this system, if you want to go somewhere else, you can. You can just improve another skill. It's great. And you can just like train in something else. So yeah, and there's no restriction on you at all. RP is so important. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, it's called a role-playing game, you know? So yeah. Simple, it's just about quantity over quality with most things nowadays. I'm not exactly a fan of today's modern world anyway. I don't know what made me think that that's what you were, but I could just sense it. Yeah. Something gave me that impression. I'm not sure what it was. But yeah, the quantity over quality thing. I mean, it's true. I notice a lot of I'm a musician as well. I do music analysis streams, and I love to notice about. I love to analyze and pull apart what is cool about music from now until a long time ago, and kind of in the middle as well. I do a lot of different stuff with music, and I am always someone who's going to be able to find, you know, something to enjoy about a particular song or something like that. But as an industry in general, unfortunately, music is not immune to, you know, the economic system we currently live under, you know, which has reached a stage that is kind of untenable in the realm of creativity and art. We see it rear its head in systems like in like the D&D debacle that recently happened. If you're out of the loop on that, basically the company that owns D&D products tried to like screw over its community completely for profit, which is, you know, something we've never heard of before. Like, companies never do that. And the community actually fought back and succeeded for a little bit, which was quite interesting. That was very different, because you really don't see that very often. And it infects the art industry, and it infects the music industry, of course. And unfortunately, art and music and creativity are the things that are supposed to distract us from, you know, the horrors of the ongoing world, and unfortunately they too are subject to its influence. So yeah. Multiclassing often nerfs the characters, which can be a bummer for some campaigns. Absolutely. Especially if you're not aware of unless you play like I do, I intentionally make not optimized characters. I think rather like I think I respect your strategy. It's very cool. I like finding like different ways to make things. The way I am quite a mechanics lover myself. I'm a real fan of rules, but I'm also a huge fan of the narrative and the story. So for me, it's like an inner battle for me all the time as to whether I'm gonna like whether I'm gonna focus more on mechanics or more on story. I usually end up focusing much more on story, but when it comes down to it and when I need to focus on mechanics, I really can. So it's like I want everything. Like, that's the way I feel about most tabletop stuff. Like, I want non-optimized characters. I want optimized characters. I want to min-max the shit out of some of my characters. And this one I just want to do for roleplay stuff. And I try and suck everything out of it as much as I can, you know? Yeah, Ash?
I just do shit which feels like it'd be cool.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, just like, eh.
But Ash is also like, if I were to summarize Ash's playstyle, it would be, here's a character, like you said, that is cool in many respects, and now I'm going to see if I can pull off the craziest stunts with that character, just constantly.
Like what? Like what?
Like rolling a cylinder of beradium into an open hangar door while your ship escapes through the other side, like that.
Hey, I wasn't allowed to do that, okay? It was the fun police on board.
Yes, another character came to her and was like, maybe you shouldn't do that.
That's a bad idea.
We might blow up too.
Fine. I mean, you also, you know, in my very first session as this character, I did ride the back of a Rancor and throw a grenade.
Exactly, and that's what I mean that's what I figured
that
it would
really
be.
set the tone.
Yeah. You know, riding a Rancor, throwing a thermal detonator into its mouth is kind of like kind of the
dying.
vibe. Yeah, and yeah, you literally almost died. Yeah. Oh goodness. I have to actively reel in my inner rules lawyer, but I definitely lean into the Chaos Gremlin vibe.
Yes.
Oh, the Chaos Themlin. Incredible. I feel like Ash and I would get along in TTRPG land. Well, taters, if time zones align, and one day I'm missing a player, you're more than welcome to join.
I have like a character template which is just for pure Chaos Gremlinry, and it's just a kobold.
You literally played a gremlin. Like, you literally played a kobold.
Yeah, just a kobold, like, class, doesn't matter. Just fucking whichever's like most suiting for like whatever setting you're in, and you just fucking just say whatever comes into your head when it comes into your head. Do whatever you want when you want to do it.
Amazing. I wrote a
Like,
bullet
this
into
character-
battle with kobolds. What?
Oh god.
Incredible.
This kobold of mine, called Cold.
Yes, call the kobold.
Yeah, we were trying a homebrew thing, and it involved an airship. It was homebrew within the Eberron setting, and it involved a crashed airship which have elemental engines. So there was a literal fire elemental used as its engine. And the fire elemental was still calling this crashed ship home.
I remember. I actually think you told me this story.
Yeah, and we opened the door to where it was living, and my character was like it got angry, and it was obviously going to try and fight us. And my kobold was just like, you could just we opened the you could just leave. We don't have a problem with you. We don't have to. You could just leave. And then the DM thought about it and was like, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. It's just like, you got a point. Okay.
Amazing. All right. At least long ago, singers and bands played in bars or clubs to get their foot in the door and didn't go on some talent show, get it handed to them. Don't get me wrong, talent is and always will be around. It's just harder to find those kinds of people because they didn't get noticed much. People still play music in bars and stuff. Unfortunately, though, when money gets tight, the first thing to be sacrificed is entertainment and creativity. The first thing to go when people are struggling to make ends meet is your live musicians, your live bands, your DJs. And for every successful Ed Sheeran story you hear, because he started like busking on the street and sleeping on people's couches, there are 3 million people who didn't make it, who are not Ed Sheeran, who are still busking on the street and trying to make those. The existence of talent shows and like getting things handed to people is a product of the system. It's what happens when the system continues unregulated and unchecked, and that's it. I think yeah. So it's I guess what I agree with is more that is definitely the quantity over quality. And more that it's just trying to get as much money out of the dead horse as we possibly can. And it's still making money. And I mean, it's the death of innovation, you know, under the current system where we are now. So yeah. My music taste is a bit of everything, mostly from decades ago. I got that vibe. I don't even watch TV anymore because it's just soaps and reality shows, which is a shame. I spend most of my youth watching it. Yeah, Netflix. I mean, I watch streaming shows nowadays. I don't think anyone I know watches like actual TV anymore. I really don't. These days I just watch whatever I want online or streaming service. I mean, yeah, I think everyone does. I don't know anyone who like sits and watches like cable TV these days. Let's... Oh, a time-traveling warlock, Taters, whose patron is Loki, and Loki themselves said to me, "You're a vector of chaos." Yes, you also told me that. But for real, I'd love to play with y'all. That sounds fun. Yeah, no, this is a serious open offer. Like, if you want to... If I'm missing a player, if a player drops out or anything, which doesn't seem likely, to be quite honest, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for me, I didn't say... Ash... This made it sound very much like there's like my group is in danger of someone leaving.
If you don't want me to play, it's fine, you know.
Ash, I think you should hand in your character sheet to Taters.
Okay.
But also, just because someone went on a talent show doesn't mean they weren't also working in the industry for years. That's also true. So I'm not, yeah, I think when it comes to the, fortunate for you, finding players who stick around can be hard. Yeah, no, it is. I'm one of the luckiest people when it comes to tabletop role playing. I know, I mean, time zones are hard now. This is why I created the Star Wars role playing game. Like why I created the campaign for my friends, because it was a way to connect with the people that I care about, even moving across time zones. So yeah, that's why I made the campaign. But when I was living in South Africa, I was still like maybe a couple of hours away, like off in time zone from my European friends, and it was just like with the friend groups that I've had in the tabletop sphere, I would always be able to find a game, like always. And there would always be someone playing a tabletop at some point. And I just feel so lucky for that, because there are so many people out there who live in isolated areas, who do not have connections like that, who just are lacking that kind of community to play these amazing things with. And every time, the more I hear about like how much people struggle to find groups that match them, the more I'm like, wow, man, like, don't you ever leave. You know? Like, that's the... yeah, it's...
I've got some bad news.
So, Taters, a spot just opened up in my Star Wars campaign.
Yeah.
Sarah! Hello! Hi! How you doing? Welcome. Haven't seen you in a while. How are things? Happy weekend. Hope you're hydrated. I haven't hydrated in a long time. I'm going to quickly run off and get some water in a second. Thanks for reminding me. Right, so yeah, about the talent show thing. Yeah, I don't think that it was necessarily handed to them. It's more a product of the system turning what you imagine as working hard to get there, which, by the way, has never been the only metric of success, to to just, you know, going into a raffle with judges, and like, if you're, you know, it's basically giving you a greater chance to succeed without actually doing anything to analyze the system that created this problem in the first place. That's all talent shows are. So talent shows are cool. They let us see talent. They let us see people sing and people have fun and stuff. But they have become so incredibly, I mean, they are themselves subject to the systems that we're under. And the concept of a talent show does nothing to actually fix the problem. It just tries to do something different, but just still within the current system. And so, of course, it's not going to work. And of course, it's not going to fix anything, except maybe, you know, allow for one more person a year, or maybe 2 or 3 more people a year to make a little bit more money in the music industry. And honestly, that's better than not having that, you know? I still think there are obvious toxic elements within the concept of a talent show, and obviously but because, you know, like, it becomes things like the filming crews, the people who film and splice and edit and clip those things together, always want, like, they're willing to exploit. Talent shows are essentially just, I mean, exploiting people's stories for their own ratings and things, and but that is still a product of the system. It's not necessarily. Yeah, so anything with talent shows, anything with, like, the way that the music industry is quantity over quality right now, all just goes back to the systems that we've lived under and that we've let get up to this point. Because, yeah, and if you think, you know, I mean, let's just go back to the good old days of where people used to have to work to succeed and stuff. It's never been fully the case. Meritocracy has never been fully the case, ever. There's a reason why the expression exists, that, you know, it's not about what you know, it's about who you know.
But isn't that what America's, like, built on? Isn't that what capitalism is all
Yeah.
about?
It's all about working hard to succeed. That's exactly what it is. Work will get you to succeed. Hi, Sarah. Just popped in to say hey, but I'm so tired from PT, probably going to fall asleep. Well, I'm glad you came here to fall asleep. Welcome. I'm glad you come in to say hey. It's so nice to have you. I live in a pretty right-wing area, so unfortunate. Can't see, like, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, where people sort of IRL specifically have a real trouble finding people to connect with in this medium where you need a lot of trust, you know. Anyway, we're going to definitely get back to, like, the actual tabletop world, which is what we were doing anyway. Don't get me started on Simon Cowell. Oh, me neither. I mean, obviously not. I think we're on the same page there. The music industry was always about who you know, so talent shows make sense. Yes, exactly. So all of the, like I'm saying, is, like, talent shows are horrible, but no less horrible, or no more or less horrible than, like, the rest of the industry. They're just a mirror to everything else. It's not like it's a novel thing, you know? Yes, taters. We are on the same page. So, moving on and going to the rule book. So, the first thing is, I mean, this was just, yeah. So, it's all divided into this kind of stuff. When you want to create a character, you go through the first section, and this book is incredibly well made. So there are bookmarks everywhere. There are sub bookmarks. It's absolutely incredibly made, and there are, like, hyperlinks there as well. So that's, like, space travel and combat, etc., etc. Right. So up at the top here, let's go through the main, like, core parts of this. Essentially, when you create a character, it looks like this. There's a character sheet template here somewhere. Yeah, this one. This is kind of the template. There are more. I'm gonna give you. There's another sheet. Hold on. Let's go to character sheets. Is this a blank? Yeah. So this is what the original character sheet looks like, and then because I use Foundry, a virtual tabletop. I have Star Wars, like, themed sheets as well that make this a little bit better. But essentially, this was one of the original. This is the revised, expanded, and updated character sheet. So essentially, I mean, this is all your normal stuff. But basically, mechanically, Taters, since you wanted like a crash course on how to work this system, it's divided. The way the system works is it is divided amongst 6 attributes. Just like D&D, you've got your... They're also called attributes in D&D, right? I think so.
Yeah.
Strength, dex, charisma, con, yeah. All right. So, so just like in D&D, we have strength and dexterity, but we then also have 4 other attributes that that are slightly different. So we'll start with strength and dex. They're pretty self-explanatory, but strength, the big difference between strength here and strength in D&D is strength is not just your physical strength, but also your constitution. So your ability to resist damage, your ability to resist disease, your ability to keep going for long periods of time, that is all strength. And also your ability to operate your hands. Like hand-to-hand combat, brawling is usually under strength. Until you take a martial art, if you want to be a martial artist, then you can choose to make your martial arts rolls under dexterity, because then it's not about how hard you can punch someone, it's about where you punch them, right? And you need training to be able to do that. So yeah, dexterity is your speedy stuff, agility, but also almost all of your ground level combat skills. So blaster goes into dexterity, sword combat goes into dexterity, lightsaber goes into dexterity. All of your main combat skills go into dexterity. Where strength comes in is not your ability to swing the weapon, but your ability to swing it hard. So strength is determined, melee damage is modified by your strength score. Cool. So that's strength and dexterity. And I think what we're going to do is give you a quick rundown of what they do here. Let's go characters. There should be... No. I'm looking for... Here. Wait. No. There we go. Okay. There we go. So dexterity. Your character's hand-eye coordination and agility. Very cool. Strength is your character's physical strength, health, and ability to resist damage. So your constitution as well. Right. Health is a misnomer. There are no hit points in this system, which is another thing that I love. This system tries to recreate how it feels to be a character in the Star Wars universe, where one shot from a blaster could kill you. Definitely send you to the ground if you get hit. Because everyone who gets hit with blasters in movies is either straight up killed with the first shot or incapacitated with the first shot and taken out of the fight. And so this game stops being about... This is where I have to remind both myself and my players to constantly remember this, just in case people get really unsatisfied with not hitting things. And that is because in D&D, you are pretty much assumed that you're going to hit things at higher levels. In Star Wars, it's never assumed, because hitting things is the deadly thing. It's not doing damage. It's actually the fact that you've hit something. So it tries to do it a little bit more realistic to what Star Wars is, by saying that, okay, you can have a firefight with blasters all like for like a few minutes, and the first person who's going to take a blaster hit is going to be out of the fight because of how strong a blaster shot is, unless they're wearing really, really good armor, in which case they'd be moving slower anyway. So they try and sort of get the spirit of Star Wars kind of as present as possible, right? Then with that, instead of having health points and hit points, we have damage thresholds, where if you do then hit someone, which is the most important thing, it's not about doing damage, it's about hitting. So if you are ever getting like I said, you really have to get out of the D&D mindset when you play this game, because it's not about dealing like hit points of damage, because when you do deal damage, I will roll the damage code of my weapon, whatever it was, and you roll the damage code of your strength, plus whatever armor you're wearing. And depending on how much I beat this by, your wound will be worse. So there are different wound states and wound levels. So, for example, a little bit will mean you're just stunned, and it'll wear off in the next round, but you'll take a small penalty to all your actions in that round. But then, right up from stunned is wounded. And from stunned, which is like, oh, just got grazed, I'm gonna take a penalty, but it'll wear off. Wounded puts you on the ground. you cannot take any more actions for the rest of the round, and you're also prone, so you have to take an action to get up again in the next round. So it's debilitating, but that's what it's supposed to be. It's not about hitting. It's not about doing damage. It's about hitting. No matter how high level you are, you can never guarantee that you will not be killed in one shot in this system. There are still things that can kill you in one shot. No problem. So it's not about dealing damage and like how high the damage code is. It's about hitting and about getting your skills up so that you can hit. And that's essentially what it's about. So that's strength and dex. Right. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. Okay. I don't know how much longer I'll be here for since it's 3 a.m. over here. But I'll see how it goes. I'm not too worried about being up late. I got no plans this weekend anyway. Well, I appreciate that you're here. Thank you. But yeah, I think, I mean, yeah, if you get tired, like, feel free to go to sleep. Like, it is 3 a.m. All right. No hit points. That's amazing. Honestly, I love that. I mean, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, the problem with hit points is it's a staple of tabletop, but it's also it leads to some really interesting things and some really weird exploits. Like, for example, in D&D, because of the nature of hit points, it is more mechanically valuable as a healer to keep all of your party members as close to 0 hit points as possible so that you can just keep reviving them like every time. That's weird to me. We constantly have conversations about what is a hit point of damage, like what does it count as? And you've got a lot of homebrew people trying to solve that problem. When here, they're just no hit points. It's just damage levels. And if you get hit by something, you're out for like the rest of the round, and it's debilitating because it's supposed to be. Like if you're fighting someone with a lightsaber and they hit you, hello? You're supposed to be gone. Like people don't really survive encounters with lightsabers most of the time. If you're fighting someone with a sword, not just in Star Wars, but like, you know, let's say in medieval times, you were fighting someone with a sword. The fight was not about how many times you could hit your opponent. The fight was about whether or not you could hit them. Because most of the time, 90% of the time, when you hit someone in a sword fight, the fight is over. Because you hit them in the arm and then, you know, half their arm's off. Things like that. You know? So yeah, that's what this system tries to recreate, and I actually really enjoy that because it keeps tension alive even for high level players, so long as they can get out of the D&D mindset and stop thinking about it as I need to do damage and just thinking about it as like, let's just keep the narrative going and like, you know, keep doing things cinematically, which is what the system tries to do. Cool. Strength and dex. Next we have the two mental, kind of mental, but less kind of technological, the two mental attributes, and that's knowledge and perception. Knowledge is your intelligence, essentially. It also incorporates some wisdom from D&D as well, if we're thinking about D&D. But honestly, what I like to do is if there are some skills underneath knowledge that I think would fit better in perception, I let characters put them in perception as well. So knowledge represents your character's knowledge of the galaxy. So that includes things like how well they know planetary systems, how well they know law enforcement organizations, how well they are aware of different cultures, and how well they can speak languages. All those kind of mental things that characters are really good at. If they went to school, how well they would know a particular scholarly subject and things like that. That's knowledge. Whereas perception is your character's strength of personality and their strength of perceiving their reality and having other people perceive them, more importantly. So perception is not just your wisdom, like search skills and perception skills, but it is also your personality skills. Persuasion, con is deception, disguise, bargain, gambling, all of that stuff. Your character's powers of... Oh, God. Touch my screen. I'm so sorry, laptop. Powers of observation and ability to convince others to do things for them. So that's essentially the thing. I wanted to ask this earlier. Sarah, if you're still here, if you've fallen asleep, then good night. I hope you have a good sleep. But what do you do for PT? PT meaning like physiotherapy, right? Is there a particular reason why you do it, or is it just for fun? I'm interested. But if you've gone to sleep, that's okay. Everything about this sounds amazing so far. I'm glad you agree. I think so too. Just going over some games. Half-Life, what a gem from long ago. I didn't play the original PC game. It was the PS2 import from 2001. I have some friends who are Half-Life fanatics. Like, literally just maniacs about Half-Life. Okay. Continuing on. So that's knowledge and perception. And then your last two attributes are your technological ones. Mechanical and technical. Very easily broken down. Mechanical is your character's ability to operate machines and vehicles, and technical is your character's ability to understand those vehicles and those technologies. So operating technology versus understanding technology. So mechanical covers things like flying a ship, plotting astrogation charts, using sensors, using communications devices, piloting hovercraft vehicles, piloting repulsor lift vehicles. These are all separate skills. Piloting aquatic vehicles. They get very, very, very specific. So there are like over 100 skills in this game for sure. And then technical, on the other hand, covers your understanding of those technologies. So not just your ability to operate a starship, but your ability to repair one. Your ability to build one, if you are really good at repairing one. Your ability to repair and look at weapons, armor, equipment. Your ability to perform first aid and medical applications, because that is still technology. What else is there? Your ability to plant demolitions charges. Your ability to hack into computers. That is technical stuff. So technical is your character's ability to work with technology, and mechanical is your character's ability to operate technology. And that's the main difference. Under all of these 6 attributes are a ton of skills. And this is how it works, essentially. Remember I told you that you have a certain number of dice to spend on certain skills. If you're better at something, you got more dice. Let's say your dexterity is a 3. It's a 3D. So let's say I've got a 3D in dexterity. How is that determined, by the way? By your species. Your species determines the natural abilities for that species in Star Wars. And they tell you what your strength should be. You get to pick between a minimum and a maximum for that species. And depending on the pool of dice you have, you get to spread out those attribute dice based on the minima and maxima of that species. Let's say you pick one with a dexterity of 3D, and you put 3 of your sort of 18 starting D6s into dexterity, and you have a 3D in dexterity. Now, if we look at the skills under dexterity, attributes and skills, dexterity skills, there are a lot, okay? Like a lot. There's dodge, there's artillery, there's melee parry, there's some really, really interesting ones, okay? Let's say you want to be a pickpocket, but also a blaster person, because blaster's a pretty good one to have. So blaster and pickpocket, right? Let's say those are 2 of the skills that you want your character to have the most of. Okay, so we put blaster and pickpocket right there. Let's say you've also got I don't know, maybe you want to be good at throwing grenades, so you put grenade in there as well. It doesn't matter what skills you put here. All of these skills, whenever I tell you to roll a skill, it doesn't matter if you know the skill or not. It doesn't matter if you've put dice into the skill or not. Your attribute is the governing dice pool for all of the skills underneath it. So, for example, if I have a dexterity of 3D, that means without ever putting any dice into the skill, my blaster is rolling a 3d6, because it's my dexterity plus however many dice I've put into skills. So at the start of character creation, you get attribute dice and skill dice. And then you get to put your skills into things, and you add them together. So let's say I have a 2D in blaster. This means if I put 2 dice into blaster, but my dexterity is 3D, that means that I will be rolling a 5d6 in blaster. And that is the key of rolling dice in this system. And you will calculate how many points you need to upgrade these skills based on the total skill you roll, not how many dice you've put into the skill separate from the attribute. The attribute determines every skill underneath it, representing kind of like a natural ability with them. So if your species, for example, is Bith, and Bith are pretty smart usually, you'll have a pretty high technical skill most of the time, then all of your technical skills are already starting at a species-based advantage, because Bith are just naturally better at that stuff. Some species are worse. So like Huts, for example, are super slow. Or there are some races, some species in Star Wars that are like not super strong. So they wouldn't have a lot of strength to resist damage, but they'd be good at other things. Like a Jawa, you could probably look at funny and they would evaporate. But Jawa are really, really good at operating machinery and like understanding how it works. So they've got that as well. And some species also have some species also have like special species abilities as well, and story factors that help expand on what they do best. Oh, by the way, here, these are your wound levels: stunned, wounded, wounded twice, incapacitated, mortally wounded, and dead. The number that you need to beat to kill someone outright in this system is 16. So if my damage roll exceeds your resistance roll by 16 or more, you're dead. No save. That's it. That's the save. The save is your damage resistance roll. So if I beat your roll by 16 or more, you're dead. It doesn't matter what high level you are. It doesn't matter what you have. If you have equipment that stops you, like an emergency med pack, for example, that one of our characters has built into their suit, or like a strange upgrade or something like cybernetics or things that prevent that kind of thing, that can affect things. But an average person is dead on a roll of 16 or higher. Not a roll, sorry, a difference between rolls of 16 or higher. Okay. Let's see. Max Payne was brilliant as well. I haven't played Max Payne. It was downright scary as hell sometimes. The nightmare levels, the crying baby, screaming wife, and those long corridors going on forever. I have a love-hate relationship with horror games. I love them like they're a drug for me. Like, I hate them while I'm playing. I hate and love them while I'm playing them. I can't forget the thin blood rope you had to walk across. Ooh. God, Max Payne sounds weird.
You know what you need to play now, MJ?
What do I need to play now, Ash?
You need to do Alien Isolation on stream.
No. No.
Why not?
Maybe. Maybe. Don't you dare get other people to be like, hey, MJ, wrong game, if I'm not playing Alien Isolation anymore. If I had the chance to make my own character in a Star Wars open world game, I would be on the side of the Empire as a scientist, working at a classified research facility in the unknown regions. Interesting. Interesting character concept. That's pretty cool. Can you throw together a character? Oh. Of course I can. Oh, someone else is here. Hello, Alferg. Welcome back. All right.
I'm with you and against you on the Alien Isolation thing, because on one hand, I want to see you go through it. But on the other hand, I don't even think I made it to the part where the alien actually shows up yet.
Oh.
I got too scared before the alien showed up to continue playing the game.
Oh, goodness. All right. Yeah, see? Exactly. Why do you think I would survive an experience like that on stream, Ash? Unless you think I wouldn't survive.
For the anglerfish.
And do you not see that as an indication that I would not do well? Okay, so
Well, it would be entertaining.
For you maybe.
It would be very entertaining.
I would. So now that you know the kind of basics, I'm gonna run through as quickly as I can how I would create a character. So, firstly, let's see. I'm gonna introduce the concept of advantages and disadvantages, but I'm not going into them like particularly. The first thing we're gonna do, you can do everything in this game with just this rulebook, right? It gives you aliens, it gives you weapons, it gives you ships and droids and equipment and creatures and everything. So you could create everything you need just with this game, with this book. I do not just use this book though. I have gone to the Rancor pit. I'm going to show you every piece. I'm not going to like go into detail about it, but I will show you every PDF that I have downloaded, that I have then uploaded, one by one, it took me a very long time to do this, to my Foundry servers, which are hosted on the Forge. This VTT that I have, which will show you everything that I have so far. I'm going to change this quickly. We're going to go over to my other one. There we go. Right. So this is Foundry. This is my landing page for my characters. I made this all myself except for the background. So this is the session name. This is the planet that they're currently orbiting. Well, not at the moment, actually. They kind of escaped from it. But this is where they are on the map. Just above Lantilles, just outside of that. These are all the planets of interest that they still kind of are interested in going to for whatever reasons. This is their like most immediate quest. These are HoloNet news, things to keep the characters updated on the galaxy situation and the current war that's going on, because there's always a war going on. And also some funny stuff that like happens in the campaign, some like inside jokes and things. These are people of interest that have like appeared or are like on the characters' minds for the particular session, and these are the characters that I have. So these are the six players in the party, and these are like the 4 sidekicks of the party. We've got a pet bird, we've got an astromech droid that belongs to our doctor on board, and we have 2 AI-ish things. One operates on board a ship, the other one operates inside our droid character as like a separate thing. That's the landing page. We have a lot of other stuff. I'm going to just take this away so that Ash doesn't pay too much attention to what I'm doing. But now that that's gone, this is essentially how it looks. I've then done all of this, and what I'm going to do first, we're going to quickly just, you know what? Let's create a new character. I'll just put one here. So these are all the characters that I've made so far. We will create an actor. This actor will be Taters, and we shall create it. Right. So this is our new actor sheet. Right. This is how it looks on Foundry. It looks very different everywhere else. But I think this is easier so that I can show you like how I've done it as well. But it looks, I mean, it's the same stuff. You know, like it hasn't changed. Just the format is changed. Okay, so here's Taters. Let's give Taters a token, first of all. We go into my Foundry assets. Let's go to my tokens. Let's give... Taters, what do you want to be? Let's make Taters... Do you want to be a Jawa? Should we make you a Jawa? Let's make you a Jawa. I think there was a criminal character who was also a Jawa. There we go. All right, I've got a Jawa character here. Cool. This is Taters. Everyone say hi to Taters. So, this is you. Right, so over here, we're going to start creating our character. I have compiled all of the rules all here. So if you open up each journal entry, it should give you a lot of stuff. Now, this is, like I said, this is obviously unique to me and what I've done. But all of this can be found in the rulebook. So that's it. Oh, Grogu? You want to be a member of Yoda's species? I wonder if that exists. Let's check that quickly. If we go to species, let's see if we've got Yoda's species. Damn. Yeah, there's no Yoda's species here. Hang on, let's see if I can go to RPG Gamer and find out if there's a... Let's go with races. Right. Yoda. Oh, Yoda doesn't exist here. Damn it. I do love that though. I love that Yoda's species is always like the enigma of Star Wars. It's very cool. Yes, you are cute. This is you. All right, so first thing we do. When I create this is all a summary of what goes on in the main PDF. You can just use the main PDF if you want to. Okay. Oh, hold on a sec. Let's see. Okay. So the first thing is mine. So a character document is just a character backstory, things like that. This is the thing that I make all of my players do first, so that they can craft who the character is before they do the mechanics and stuff. Or so they can at least start to think about it, like the kind of concept they want. Then we look at type. Type is something that helps you with roleplay, and it describes your character in 2 words. An adjective and a noun. That's it. So, for example, one of our characters here, let's look at Kiara. Kiara is the volatile techie, because she's volatile because she's got, like, you know, cybernetics, and she's Miraluka, and she's also Ash, so that's fairly volatile in and of itself. And then a techie because she's, yeah, this is obviously a self-insert, because also techie because Ash's character is very good at, like, hacking and slicing and stuff. So that's it. The volatile techie. You can have anything. It can be as dull or as creative as you want. You can go from the Wookiee pilot to the brash smuggler or anything like that. Something that describes your character. So we're gonna call your I read that someone unofficially named Yoda's species. They named it Groglin, apparently. I don't know how to feel about that. That was certainly a choice. Ash make things go boom. That is true. Ash do make things go boom.
I do like explosions and fire, so...
My favorite Star Wars Legends character is Darth Krayt, formerly known as Asharad Het. I love his backstory, the fact that his power rivaled Darth Sidious and even Grandmaster Luke Skywalker. If there's one area, as a huge Star Wars nerd, if there's one area about Star Wars I know the least about, it is the Legends sequel era. Like the Legends post-Empire era. Imperial Remnant, like Grandmaster Luke, all that stuff. Darth Krayt, Darth Caedus, like that kind of era, I know the least about. But I do know that Darth Krayt is a badass. That much I do know. Okay. So, first we'll look at type. I think your Jawa is going to be like a pretty typical Jawa. They work on like cool like machines and stuff. We're just going to make, because we're trying to make a quick character, we won't think too much about it. So we're going to call this Jawa the, what should we call it? The shrewd scavenger. Cool. So you're a shrewd scavenger. All right. And species, Jawa. Excellent. Right, so after we've done type, we do species. Now with species, we've done Jawa, but Jawa have certain things, certain special abilities that they have. When you turn this mode to normal and free edit, it just means you can like edit certain things and things like that, so don't worry too much about that. But for now, we're going to minimize that, and we're going to go to... We're going to go to species. So we go to my stat sheets area. Now this is when it gets interesting. I have individually separated all of the PDFs into species, weapons, force powers, things like that. So I went into every stat sheet PDF and I separated them by page into separate PDF documents so that I could then upload them one at a time to this website. And if you think that that's a lot of work, I mean, it's worth it. Like, look at this. So this, for example, this is the main book. So this kind of text and stuff you should recognize. This comes straight from the main book. If I open this here and I go to here. If I open this, this is on page 278. Cool. These are aliens. 277, 278. Cool. So these are aliens in the galaxy. And essentially this gives me a stat sheet of just a bunch of oh no, there we go. Essentially this just gives me a bunch of different stats for a bunch of different species, right? I have a lot of other PDFs just in case I want some more unusual ones, or some species that come from certain eras, like Knights of the Old Republic, which is the Old Republic era, which is what the game that I'm running in. So there are just a few species that were kind of created for this era, like Miraluka are here, or Faerin are here, or Masasi are here. Yeah. So there are a lot of different stuff. The main book contains the species that you are most likely to play. If you play Star Wars. So like I said, if you want to play this campaign, the main book is really all you need. And you can make a very, very simple Star Wars campaign from that. But I'm someone who doesn't really know how to stop. So when it comes to like researching and grabbing PDFs and stuff, I just grabbed everything and just started to compile. So that's how I did it. I'm enjoying this, even though I've never played any role-playing games like this one. Well, welcome! I'm so happy, because this is one of my favorite things in the world. So to be able to share it with people is just wonderful. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it. All right, so this gives you, so this gives you a list of species. You'll notice here that on the species kind of information, it'll give you a small description about the species, especially in this book. Remember, this book has been compiled to be new player friendly. So like I said, just use this book if you don't want to deal with all the other ones. But yeah, short description of who the species is, physical description, personality, all the weird like homeworlds they arrive on. Obviously, humans are pretty much everywhere. All the languages they have, some names, and kind of the adventures they arrive on. Not every species has the same like headings and things. Depending on like what they have, it's different. So for example, clones don't have any of this. Clones are literally just have a description and that's it. That's mainly just because humans are like particularly widespread in the Star Wars galaxy. All right, then when you pick a species, this is your most important thing. You're going to look beneath this, and beneath this, instead of like near humans, ooh, did you just go to the bakery? She just picked up some bread. Amazing. So beneath these stats, don't worry about them yet, but beneath these stats, usually there will be a species ability or a story factor. For humans, there isn't one because humans are like, you know, John Human. They don't really have many big drawbacks or advantages. But these guys do. So if you want to play a Republic clone, for example, you've got military training, which means clone characters receive an extra 2 dice to spend on military-related skills because they're clones. And then you have a story factor, which should help you in your roleplay and in the story of your character. For example, clones are obedient. They have chips in their heads. They're conditioned to obey their superiors' orders without question. And they also age twice as fast as normal humans. So these story factors are the things that you will put here, special abilities. These, on the other hand, are where you are going to put your attributes here, under the 6 main ones. So you start with a certain amount of dice. You start with 12d for the average person. This is where the first change arrives. We're going to go find Jawa quickly because they are in the main book. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure they should be. Let's go find Jawa. I'm not going to look at everything else, but let me give you an example, right? Of like this is the main PDF. Like this is the alien stats PDF. This is what Tiago Aranya did. I don't know when they did this, but from Ara to Zizimak. Ooh, unknown species. Hold on. Is this Yoda? Ah, there you go. There you go. Yoda's an unknown species. So these are everything. Everything that you could possibly think of. Aside from new species that have been updated in the canon, like as new Star Wars material comes out, there are stat sheets for all of them. It's incredible. I mean, just look at that. It's absolutely incredible. We're not going to get intimidated by that for now. We're just going to go back to the main PDF. I'm going to go look for Jawas. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Jawas. Right. Let me just open this up in a separate thing, because that'll be a lot easier. Right. Jawas are short humanoids native to Tatooine. The Jawas have a poor reputation and are regarded as thieves at best, vermin at worst. I think Jawas are adorable. They're off-putting.
They're also very furry.
Yes. Their off-putting nature is made worse by the sour smell that clings to them and their inexplicable and nonsensical language. Jawas survive by scavenging lost technology in the desert wastes. Lost for Jawas is ambiguous. They are likely to snatch up anything that's not bolted down. Moisture farmers and others who live far from the spaceports regularly find that their belongings have vanished in the night, with only telltale Jawa tracks leading off into the wasteland. Jawas are intelligent and have a complex society. Gathering in extended tribes, Jawa life revolves around trade. Not for wealth, but for survival. Jawas look for guidance from their shamans, usually a female Jawa with the ability to portend the future and cast vicious hexes. Once a year, the Jawa tribes gather in the Dune Sea to exchange sons and daughters, to swap stories and news, and to mingle among their own kind. I have decided exactly what kind of character Taters is going to play. Taters is going to be a Jawa shaman. So instead of being a shrewd scavenger, Taters is going to be a wily shaman. You will be the matriarch of your Jawa tribe. All right. Exchange sons and daughters. Yeah, I know I kind of skipped over that one, but yeah. All right. I literally started to type out, I never know how to stop it simple. Yeah. Look, then we are two peas in a pod. I can't stop myself. I'm still surprised I've somehow managed to get some of my childhood favorite PC games to play on my current laptop. An HP Intel Core i5 10th generation. That's wild. That's super cool. Man, compatibility mode for the win. Yes, okay, so you are the shaman Jawa matriarch. Right, personality. Jawas are peaceful, preferring flight to confrontations. They are, however, extremely cunning and capable of great treachery if given caused. A fleeing Jawa seeks out its allies and comes back in numbers to deal with threats. Even then, Jawas rarely confront their enemies directly, preferring to sabotage or steal vital equipment, let the desert do the nasty work for them. A Jawa can become fierce, even vicious, when cornered, or when a shaman is threatened. Jawas wear brown hooded cloaks to protect themselves from the oppressive heat of the twin suns of Tatooine. They dip their clothing in a rancid soup to better seal in their moisture. This gives them their infamously unpleasant odor. Jawas have sensitive glowing orange eyes and are easily blinded by bright light. Beneath their coverings, Jawas are slight rodent creatures with tiny hands and feet. Apparently Jason is found almost exclusively on Tatooine. Nice. Very cool. Hang on, I haven't been sharing my screen. There we go. Yeah. So that's where Jason is. I don't know what Jawa's homeworlds are, but Jason is on Tatooine. The Jawa tongue is a complex language that involves as much gesture and smells as it does sounds. Lacking the organ to form words in Basic and confronted with the fact that other races cannot speak Jawa, they developed a shorthand speech called Jawa Trade Language. It essentially simplifies their tongue to aid trading between themselves and non-Jawas. It's very interesting. I like that. Very, very cool. Okay, so we have a name. Example names: Akit, Het, Oklek, Klepti, Ticket, and Teal. You're going to be named Taters. Cool. Right, family is the heart of Jawa society, and they are loath to leave their extended tribal groups. A lone Jawa likely has been driven out of its tribe, or it might be a lone survivor of an attack by sand people or other desert denizens. All right. So yeah, Jawa's very interesting. Now, first thing to change, your attribute dice. You get 12D to put into all your attributes, but you don't, because this is the average person, and the player character is not the average person. So, from here, you are going to add, with your attribute dice, you get 18D to put across all attributes, because it is essentially 12 plus an extra 6. However, some species get more starting attribute dice, and they just get lucky. Some species get fewer. So, for example, a hut gets 14D in attribute dice. If you're a player character hut, you get 20D. Excuse me, instead of 18D. But some characters like Nautilans only get 11D to add to attribute dice, so you would get 17D total. Usually when it comes to getting less, like fewer dice than usual, I would just bump it up to 12 and give you an average. But if you get more, then that's great. You should get more. I'm never really a fan of like penalizing for no real reason. I don't see why Nautilans have like one fewer attribute dice than everyone else, but yeah. Anyway, so with attribute dice, you got 12D plus 6 extra. I am going to evaporate if I do not get some form of hydration, so I'll be right back while I drink some water. But for now, think about the Jawa shaman and what on earth they will be doing with their time. All right. So now that we have our our Jawa species fully decided, we will continue and now choose what their attributes are going to be like. So, Taters, I know that this is your character, but you know, I don't want to spend too long creating the character because it can get quite long. So essentially, I'm just going to run through what we can do now that we know about Jawas. So I'm going to go through it as quickly as I can. Yeah. Well, they won't be doing anything on Earth, so... Is this because I said what on Earth they'll be doing? Thank you. Thank you for constantly keeping me in check and eroding my sanity. In 1988, a PC strategy game based on Jeff Wayne's The War of the Worlds was released. In it, you can either play as the humans or the Martians. It's a lot like Command & Conquer. I loved Command & Conquer. That's awesome. Very cool. I dig RTS games. Are the Yuzhan Vong in this role-playing game? Yes, they are. There's an entire thing about them. Like, there are whole sections in the equipment PDFs about Yuzhan Vong equipment and Yuzhan Vong like species and armor and all their weapons and stuff. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, this is definitely just a quick thing. I'm not tied to it. Okay, great. Cool. So I'm not gonna like ask necessarily your opinions on things. I'm just gonna go through like how you create one. Okay. You ruin my eroding. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I apologize profusely for what just came out of my mouth. But if you haven't seen the movie, you should probably treat yourself and go do it. All right. So, Jawa. So we start with 18D. I'm going to put that here. 18D. And we're going to just, put stuff in. So we move to free edit, and we're going to edit these. So first of all, these ones are the minimum. You have to put at least these dice into your stats. So, I'm going to put the minimum in there immediately. So 1 into Dex, Knowledge 1, Mechanical 2, Perception 1, Strength 1, and Technical 2. Okay. This should kind of give you an idea immediately of even the worst Jawa is better at technical and mechanical than any other Jawa. So you can see that. Right. Next. Is that a burger? She didn't just go to the bakery. All right. Let's see. So now that we have the minimum, the minimums of all the attributes we can have, we can now we can detract from the 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 10D left to spend on attributes. Now, you may look at this and say, what on earth does 3D plus 1 mean? Well, we know what modifiers are. In D&D, you have a +2 modifier maybe to your charisma. If your charisma is a 13, 14, you can get a +2 to all your charisma rolls. That's how that works. It's very similar here. These are guaranteed modifiers, essentially. But the guaranteed modifiers only go up to 2. Because this is how you break a die up. This is how you break up a D6. In Star Wars, a D6 is broken up into 3 standard modifiers, +1 modifiers, called pips. And every time you go up, so for example, you can see that this is 1D plus 0. We could break up one of these dice, 10D, and turn it into 9D, and then 3 pips. Each of those pips is a +1 modifier, right? So we can put a +1 into Dex, a +1 into Mechanical, a +1 into Perception, and then all of our attributes in Dex, Mechanical, and Perception are 1D plus 1, 2D plus 1, and 1D plus 1. And then when you roll here, you will be /roll 1d6 plus 1, and it will just roll a d6 plus 1. Well, that's a wild die. So because this is a wild die, you would roll it again. But this is essentially how it works. Okay. A pip can only be put into an attribute or a skill 3 times before it rounds up to the next die code. So for example, if I put in a pip into dexterity, 1d plus 1, then it becomes 1d plus 1, right? If I put another pip, it becomes 1d plus 2. If I put another pip, it becomes 2D. There is no 1D plus 3. So you can go 1, 2, and then the next die code. This works for upgrading skills, attributes, damage, and a lot of other stuff, except for when things tell you you will add a +5 modifier to this, then it's just a +5. But when you improve your skills, this is incredibly important when you improve your skills with experience points, because it improves 1 pip at a time. So you have to have a knowledge of what a pip is. So a die is broken up into 3 pips. Great. And so that is why the maximum of a Jawa is 4D plus 2, because they've used 2 pips there. And it just gives you, instead of an entire D6 ahead of everyone else, because that's quite powerful, it's just an edge. A +1 is a small edge, and a +2 is a big edge. And that's essentially how it is portrayed here. Right. So for now, you are a shaman. Now, being a shaman, I'm going to put your as a shaman, possibly your perception and your knowledge might be quite high. Your technical would also be quite high because you're still a Jawa. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put your perception to max, which is 3D. Right? And that gives us that gives us 8D remaining. Then your technical is going to be maxed for a 4D plus 2, which gives you an extra 6D, which is then 5D plus 1. Right? Remember, because 3 pips, so if you take 2 away, you end up with the die below plus 1, if you're following. It's just quick maths. And then I'm going to put your knowledge up to a max as well. Actually, no, I'm going to put your knowledge to 3D at least. Right. So that gives us another 3D plus 1 to work with. Now, your mechanical, I will put up to maybe 4D. Okay, which gives us 1D plus 1 to work with. That is essentially a die and a pip, or 4 pips. So what I am going to do is put your dexterity at 1D plus 2, and your strength at 1D plus 2. That's 4 pips, and you're done. And those are your attributes. Cool. Now, here's the cool part. There's one more thing about attributes that we need. We need to know if your character is force sensitive. Because if your character, now as a shaman, your character might be force sensitive. But if they are force sensitive, then at character creation, you must take attribute dice away and give yourself force dice. Force skills, they count as skills, but at character creation, they take away from attribute dice, not skill dice, because being force sensitive is a big thing. It starts incredibly underwhelming unless you're really good at role playing, and then it rapidly unbalances the game. Like, being a force sensitive character who is powerful is incredibly broken at times. And that's, honestly, if you ask my opinion, that's how it should be. There is so much to balance in this system. I totally understand that a force-sensitive character is completely unbalanced because it's the Force. They literally alter the flow of fate, so of course they're going to be OP.
Look at any fucking Force user in the Clone Wars.
Exactly. That one Jedi General...
Sidious in the...
And Sidious, yeah, exactly. One Jedi General is worth like 1,000 clone troopers. And even more droids. So yeah, of course, the Force is going to be unbalanced and broken. All right. So yeah, that's your attributes. So you just get to place things depending on things. I think I'm going to make your character Force sensitive just so we can see things. So when we click Force sensitive, suddenly you'll see we have Force skills here. This is just the Foundry PDF thing. You'll put Force skills in a separate PDF as well. So don't worry about that. Right. On the actual character sheet, which I will open up again for you. Blank character sheet. Here we go. These are where your Force dice will go. Control, Sense, and Alter. This is a very Legends way of thinking about the Force, but it's a cool way of thinking about it as well. Legends isn't automatically bad. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's more like it's not Sense, Control, and Alter is not a canon concept. In canon, the Force is just the Force. But in an effort to try and turn these into game mechanics, and not just be a player who's like, I would like to do whatever I want. There's got to be like a little bit of restriction. So we divide force skills into control, sense, and alter. Force skills. Sense is your ability to, in order, sense is your ability to feel and perceive your environment, and force power is related to that. Control is your ability to control yourself, and to act on your perceptions. And alter is your ability to manipulate the world around you. So a force push would be a pretty good example of alter. There are many, many force powers that fall under more than one of these skills. There are many powers that fall under all three of them. Because, like, for example, telekinetic kill, which is like force choke, essentially. But you can kill someone in, like, different ways as well. Telekinetic kill allows you to... you have to use sense to call upon the force. Control, to control the power that's kind of going to come from you. And then alter, to actually, like, you know, choke the person or wound them. Right. So, what we're going to do is for every die I give to your force skills, I'm going to take one away from here. And you'll start to see that it becomes quite debilitating if you want to focus on a character that is good at the force. So what I'm going to do, especially a starting character. So I'm going to take your mechanical down to a 3D. Your technical down to a 4D. So that's 1D plus 2 pips. And then I'm going to move, because you're an old shaman, 1D plus 2 pips. I want to get it up to 3D. So maybe 1 pip away from dexterity. Maybe you're like not the best. Maybe you're not the fastest. Although you are a Jawa. But you're also an old Jawa, so that makes sense. And so that's 2D, and then 1D from knowledge, giving you an average knowledge skill. Okay. That means that I can give you alter, control, and sense, and I can give you a 1D in all of them. So a 1D in all of them. And there. Right, so now you have a single die in alter, control, and sense. With that, on top of your force skills, you will therefore also get force powers. When you learn your first entire die in force skills, you will get what is called what I like to call a power slot, where you basically get an opportunity to learn a power. And if you have a teacher, that teacher can then teach you the power. If you don't have a teacher, you probably can't learn the power. But there are certain exceptional circumstances that exist for people learning powers, like based on necessity or survival or things like that. So, like, for example, when someone first wakes up to the Force, like Anakin. Anakin has no Jedi training, but he's always using like a ton of sense powers in young Anakin. When he pod races, he uses the Force without really knowing. He's using a lot of control and sense powers in mechanical terms. He hasn't been taught them, but that's an exceptional case. Like Rey in The Force Awakens, when she uses mind trick. After Kylo Ren opens up her mind to the Force and like bridges the gap between them, they have a Force connection now, and she can then use the Force. And it doesn't matter that like no one was there to teach her how to do it, because that's not what the Force is supposed to be. But mechanically, those exceptions do exist, especially if you're a main character. But yeah, from a mechanical perspective, usually you need a teacher to learn these things. Okay, so alter, control, sense, 1D in each. 1D plus 1, 1D plus 2, 2D, 3D, 3D, 4D. And those are your attribute dice. Cool. Special abilities, that's next. At the time of character creation only, Jawa characters receive 2D for every 1D they place in repair-oriented technical skills. Okay, so I'm not going to go into this in detail because there's so many skills, but essentially this means that if you were to have repulsor lift repair, like maybe you could repair speeders as a Jawa, and you had this as a skill. So like repulsor lift repair. Let's put that in there. You had repulsor lift repair. If I decided to take some of your skill dice, which we'll talk about later, and put 1 into that, because of your technical aptitude, you would actually have... Oh god, not that many. You wouldn't have 12. You would have 2. You would have an extra die to put in that. If you understand. So basically 2 for every 1. Which is really powerful, actually, because it's any repair-oriented tech skills. This makes Jawas incredibly good at technical stuff. And then they have a story factor. Trade language. Jawas have developed very flexible trade language, which is more intelligible to other species when Jawas want it to be intelligible. That's very interesting. Your size goes anywhere from 0.8 to 1.2 meters tall, and your move goes from 8 to 10. We'll talk about move in a second. First, attribute dice is done. Special abilities we would put here. I would create something for you in this founder sheet, and we would put it here. Then, that would be your story factors and your technical aptitude thing. Then we go to move. Your move speed is here. The move speed of a character determines how many meters, not feet. We use the metric system in this system. How many meters your character can move per round at normal speed, at cruising speed. There are different movement levels you have. There's cautious speed, which is half your normal movement speed. There's cruising speed, which is normal. There is full speed, which is double. And there is all-out speed, which is quadruple. And that's like double dashing. Everyone can double dash. The point about all-out speed is that you cannot do anything else if you go all-out speed. That's just an extra detail. But essentially, every character starts here, at the bottom end of your movement speed. So you have a movement of 8, which is well below the average of most species, which is 10. Most species have a movement of 10, but you're a Jawa. Of course you're going to be slower. So that's it. Cool. Attributes are done. Special ability is done. Move is done. Force sensitivity is done. Along with force sensitivity, we are going to give you something called a force point, which we'll get later when I talk about character points. Force skills, force powers. Right. Force powers. Again, because you have a D in each of these, for your first die in a force skill, you receive your first power slot. So you have 1 alter slot, 1 control slot, and 1 sense slot, which means that you could look through the extensive list of force powers, and you could find that these ones get sorted. You could find the control powers, the sense powers, and really the only alter power. And there are other alter powers as well. There are a ton of like homebrew alter powers, so don't worry too much if telekinesis is the only one you see here. But yeah, as soon as you choose and get a slot for these, you can either choose 1, 2, 3, and you can have 3 powers, or you can choose 1 control and sense power, which takes the slot from both control and sense, and then you get an alter power left. Or you can get control and alter powers and then get a sense power. Or you can get sense and alter powers and get a control power. Or you can get a control, sense, and alter power and have nothing left. I hope you're with me so far. That's how it works. Cool. Let's say we choose some powers. Great, cool. We put them here. That's a power. Awesome. You roll powers just like any other skill roll. And that's force powers. Great. Character points. Character points. Before I do that, I'm going to catch up on chat quickly. Whoa. We have a... Oh my goodness. We have a new person in chat. What? Hello, new person. Hold on. 100% continue the needless commentary, but carry on with the character creation. Well, we will do so. Wild die, that was so fast. Yeah. If you know what you're doing, the character creation can be really fast. I was wondering how force stuff was balanced. That makes sense. Interesting, yeah. If you have a minute after stream, could you snip this character creation part and post it separately so I can rewatch it? Yeah, sure. Sure, I can do that. I'll do my best. It's been interrupted by like a ton of stun locks, so I'll see. I'll see what I can do. Hello, cable guy. How are things going? I'm so glad you're here. Welcome. Oh, damn. They left. Okay. That was just a friend of mine who works as a security guard at a dock warehouse. All right, well, thank you, cable guy, for being here. Very cool. Sorry for the random appearing. I won't be long anyway. Oh, well, it's really nice to have you here. I'm sorry sorry I couldn't say hello while I was doing this stuff. Did you get one for me? Did you get a burger for me? Did you get a burger for me? Just for you? Can you believe this? She went
How
to
rude.
She went to go get burgers, and
I mean, you know,
and didn't get one for me.
you didn't ask for one.
I've been. Ash says I didn't ask for one, and that's why that has been used against me. Like, she's literally. Are you sure? I didn't mean to bully you into giving me some of your burger. Where did you get this even? Oh, it's a
burger store.
It's a bakery burger. Okay, cool. Let's try. Mmm. Okay. What's that? That's a good burger. That's definitely a burger. Oh, no, it's okay, it's okay. It's your breakfast, man. I'm not going to steal all of your breakfast. And this is yours too.
I forgot it was morning over there.
Yeah, it's 1 p.m. So it's more like lunch, to be honest.
Oh,
Okay. Let's see. Oh, so I'm assuming the combo powers are kind of bigger or more powerful. Oh, thank you for the green screen. Yeah, I know. It's when I go away from it that it like kind of keys weirdly, but it's okay. When I step back in, it disappears. I'm assuming the combo powers are bigger or more powerful. Yes, most of the time they are. They do more complex things. So, for example, I'll give you a quick example here. Again, without going into too much detail, but you'll see here. This one. So, they do one thing as opposed to like more complex things. It just increases in complexity. So, for example, let's just go with concentration. Concentration is a control power that allows you to give yourself a boost to one skill roll for like the round. So you concentrate on the force, and the force helps you do things that you wouldn't normally be able to do. Just normal stuff, right? Basically like guidance in D&D, but it's much more powerful. And also, by the way, there's no mana in Star Wars. Like, you can just use these all the time. That's also what makes the force inherently very powerful. So yeah, there's that. So that's concentration. So it lets you buff one skill up, and that's it. Magnify senses, you literally just roll and you can see better, or you can hear better, or you can smell better. Telekinesis, very, very like make ball float, make rock float, turn chair around, do things like that. But then you get things like far seeing, which is control and sense. And immediately you go from the control powers, which are fairly simple one things, to I can see the future. That's what far seeing is. It's a very difficult power, and there are other limits and things. So there are some very powerful control powers, like I think force of will is pretty powerful, that have other things. So like many force powers have requirements that you need to know other force powers before you can do this one, because this is like a more advanced application of something else. So for example, if you want to learn control another's pain, you have to first learn control pain before you learn control another's pain. You understand? I have a homebrew rule that means you don't necessarily have to know them if your mind is strong enough and if you have a good enough teacher. But yeah, that's essentially it. So you can see they get more complex. So for example, there's a sense power called receptive telepathy, where you can sense the thoughts and feelings of other people around you. But then if you want to go control and sense powers, you get the power projective telepathy, which allows you to speak to people telepathically. And that's how it works. That's how like force powers work. Time I call it a night. See you around, Hammerheads. To quote Douglas Adams, so long and thanks for all the fish. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Why are we Hammerheads? Just out of interest, if you're still around. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that you tuned in. And good night. And I hope you have a great sleep. I think it's like 4 a.m. over there, so please go get some good sleep. Dulugash is a Jedi, not a mage. He is whatever you want him to be. You know what?
Anything or
It's all fun and games until Dulugash pulls out a two-handed lightsaber and just starts whacking people.
I need to get my head out of the gutter.
I mean, you're in company that really does encourage that, so I don't blame you. Ash kind of like inspires that in everyone else. It's a reference to the
You're
rebel.
like, oh, he can be anything. Okay, he's my lover now. And you're like, oh, he's gonna whip out his, and I'm like, where is this sentence going? Oh no.
It's a reference to the rebel hammerhead ship that rammed it. Ah, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Very cool. I love hammerheads. Very, very cool. Good night. Bye, Dr. Mad. See you soon. And yeah. Doolagash whips things out all the time. What do you mean? Anyway, so after we've done force powers, let's say we chose some force powers for your Jawa. Now we deal with character points. So, character points are experience points. They are used in two ways. Number one, they are used in-game as bonuses to your dice rolls. And number two, they are used as experience points to upgrade your skills. To summarize, number one, if I am rolling, let's say I roll 4D in technical, and I would like to roll first aid. I don't really have first aid as a skill, so I'm just rolling 4D. And I really need to save this person. I really do. So I go, okay, I'd like to spend a character point. You take a character point, which you earn over the course of the adventure. Like at the end of every session, you get character points. Usually, like starting game, you should get like 3 to 5 character points every session. I give 6 on average, and recently 7 because I'm far too generous. And we're in the end game anyway, and I want to see people get powerful. So it's really just up to GM taste. But 3 to 5 is good balance. So yeah. Character points are things that you use. And every character point that you spend on a roll, on a skill roll, increases the value of that roll by a die. So let's say, and there are certain limits. So for example, on a skill roll, you can only increase a skill roll by 2 character points. Let's say you increase it by 2. Instead of rolling 4D for first aid, you're now rolling 6D6. And that makes it, that gives you a much higher chance of succeeding. All right. So from there, every character starts with 5 character points, just as a thing. They start with 5. The second way you can use character points is after a session. You can during downtime. In a point of good travel time or downtime where you're in a city just chilling, or if you're traveling in hyperspace, you can use that time, use your character points, and improve your skills. Every downtime period, you can improve as many skills as you like, as you have character points for, but only 1 pip at a time. So it forces you. This is one of the ways to restrict you, to avoid you just pumping character points into like and increasing things by like dice at a time. It's 1 pip at a time. It enforces like steady character growth rather than just like just shoot through the roof, right? So 1 pip at a time, but as many skills as you like. And there's also training time. There's things that you can like other things that you can sort of think about. But mainly it's just you use character points to improve your skills later. Then we get things called force points. Force-sensitive characters start with 2 force points. Other characters start with 1. A force point, narratively, is in a moment of thematic tension or, I suppose, pressure. A point that is narratively appropriate. A character will, in the ethos of Star Wars, a character will call upon the Force, whether they mean to do it or not. See, even non-Force sensitive characters can call upon the Force. The Force can still flow, the Force can still flow through them and alter the flow of fate subtly. When you really, absolutely, positively need to succeed a skill check, you use a Force point. And for the entire round, which may include multiple actions, so multiple skill rolls, all of your die rolls are doubled for that round. So, if you want to, let's say you want to roll some technical skills, but you're not very good at it, you roll 4, you are good, you roll 4D, but you absolutely need to succeed with these. Spend a force point, and you roll 8d for your next technical skill. What you've just seen is what happens when the slicer rolls a wild die 1, which is excellent, rolls a wild die 1 on her main skill, which is computer programming and repair, but she used a force point to do this. So instead of rolling an 11d, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, 11d6, which is her main skill. It's stupid. I know it's high. Which would clear heroic all the time. She instead now rolls 22d6. So you can see it gets pretty broken. Like,
Look at that 32 roll above the 41.
31, the 31 roll?
32.
Oh, this one, 32. Yeah.
Look at the numbers.
Yeah, so she still cleared heroic, and she didn't roll a single die above 6, except the wild die. That was a 6, so that bounced and got a 3. That's how broken it can get at high levels. It's wild. I like the 1 pip at a time thing, because we had a player in our D&D campaign that I know would have tried to push that. Oh, absolutely, and this is exactly why. This is so that you can have... This is so that all your players know that there will be a steady growth of character development. Okay, cool. So here we have all of our... these are our force points. And force points have been used to great success in my campaign, at least. So yeah, now we've done character points, force points. We determine your morality. This is something that I've created. There is a dark side system in the original Star Wars game. Even the re-up has this. But it was too restrictive for me. So it gave me... It gives you, as a player character, it gives you no real opportunity to explore a dark side character if you'd like to, in a more meaningful capacity. What it does do... Now, don't get me wrong, I am 100% in line with the canon of Star Wars, in that the dark side is not just, it's not just, I'm a bad person, but, I can stop any time. The dark side of the Force is an addiction. It's a corruption. It twists you until you are no longer yourself. And so when people go... In the original system, the way that it works is there are no, light side points. You are either a normal person or you are a dark side person, which is in line with canon. The way that I've changed it, I'll talk about later. But for now, if you do certain dark side actions, you get a dark side point. And if you get enough dark side points, things start happening to you. You're going to need to get more dark side points, or the Force will punish you. The dark side of the Force will punish you. You might lose force points. You might lose force dice, force skill dice. Lots of bad shit happens. To the extent that if you get enough dark side, but if you keep getting dark side points, all that goes away, because obviously it's satisfied because you're feeding the dark side. If you feed the dark side enough, according to the original system, you are consumed by the dark side, and you become an NPC, and you have to create a new character because the DM then controls you. That's how the original system works. Now, first of all, I think that's really interesting. However, I did want an avenue where players could explore the dark side a little bit more than that, and have it still be as damaging, but still have them kind of retain control in some sense. So, and it also kind of, I want to give them agency as well in what they do, and give them accountability for their choices, because the dark side of the Force is an allegory for the bad choices that we make. So, what I've done is created a morality system from -100 to +100. And you get light side points and dark side points for things that you do that are good or things that you do that are bad. And if you don't do things, you just stay neutral and there are no benefits or drawbacks to that. But for the light side, if you are actively being a good person, you get benefits for that. And if you are actively being a bad person, you get benefits for that too, but dark side benefits. And then there's a twist to the dark side stuff. It will demand more from you, and you will need to keep going. That's the difference. So I've tried to maintain the canon concept of the dark side in the Star Wars campaign, but still changed the morality system to allow for not just more agency for the players, but more freedom in what they do with their morality. So yeah, that's the idea. I want to roll 22d6 at once. Well, you just keep going, champ. You'll get there. Dang, sounds kind of like lycanthropy. Oh, yeah, like there are different stages of Darkseid? Yes, there are. I mean, why do you think Palpatine looks the way he does? Not just because of the lightning. The Darkseid corrupts people. It shows you there's a physical manifestation of it a lot of times.
So my character has got to a point where she's now more impatient because of the Darkseid punch she has.
Yes, exactly. We haven't actually dealt with that narratively yet, but it's coming soon. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. All right. So now that we've done character points in light and dark, we are going with, we're now going to advantages and disadvantages. These are extra things. These are completely optional. You do not have to do these. But essentially, advantages and disadvantages are extra, like, qualities that you can have. So, like, for example, you could be, and these are things that shape your character. So don't take these lightly. Because they will shape the campaign and they will shape the character. So, for example, you could have nightmares. You could have a character who has a lot of trauma to deal with, as most adventurers do. And you could have nightmares, like 4 out of 6 of the members of our party have. And what that does, you'll see there's a plus 1d there. At character creation, you get 7d6 to spend on skills, with a maximum of 2d6 put into any one skill at a time. These nightmares and advantages and disadvantages, these either add to that pool of 7d6, giving you more to spend on skills at character creation, or they take away from skills to spend at character creation from the 7d6 pool. So essentially the idea is to take like a couple if you want. Like you can, this is very weird. Let's go to Moonchild. There we go. You can like take a few advantages and a few disadvantages, kind of balance it out a little bit. I recommend that, especially if you're a new GM, you not let anyone go like nuts with this, as I did. Not that I regret it, but as a player, I actually recommend more that you not go nuts with this, because as a GM, I do not take these lightly. If you are, for example, if you have nightmares and you have a plus 1d, nightmares mean that you have to get 10 hours of sleep per day, and if you don't get that, you get a minus 1d penalty to all of your rolls for that day. It's wild. It can really hurt you. So yeah, I at the moment I think it's only come up once, to be honest. I think it's come up once for one of our characters. But not in a way that really detrimented the or took away from the story. But yeah. So you can go all the way from nightmares to motion sickness, but then there are also some cool things like Sixth Sense, which gives you a chance at detecting danger when it arrives. There's also extraordinary sight, extraordinary hearing, extraordinary memory, and I have another whole PDF, which I won't open, about another ton of advantages and disadvantages. I have a number of players who have really racked up the advantages and disadvantages to make sure that they have a ton of skill dice to spend at character creation. They should suffer for that. Not in the sense that it's GM versus players, but if you've picked targeted for assassination, that shapes the campaign. You know what I mean?
It's a disadvantage for a reason.
Yes, like there's a reason why it detriments you. So for example, we've got a few people. We have it's not here, it's in the extra PDF. We have a disadvantage called hunted, where you're hunted by a specific level or organization or person or whatever. I think 3 out of the 6 players we have the hunted disadvantage, and that has shaped the campaign. There are organizations that are after them, and one such organization is the main bad guys of the campaign right now. So it really can change the direction of a narrative and things. So it is very, very...
I don't have hunted, but I do have enemy.
Yeah, you have an enemy,
a singular person, not
an
organization.
It can be if the... Oh, no, enemy... Yeah, sorry, enemy is actually just a person, yeah. And for whatever reason, you have an enemy, and this enemy has recently just come up in the campaign. So, yeah, it's... It can be really, really cool, but also be careful, because it will change the course of the campaign. Manic depressive, yes, this one's very interesting. This character, this is a plus 3D, which is debilitating. This character slips into deep, long-lasting depressions. They don't care about anything during these times. The player may decide when the character falls into depression and when they extricate themselves from it. If the player never lets their character lapse into this state, the game master should take the initiative, which is the spirit of all of these. So if you take something that's bad and you don't like live up to it in your roleplay or whatever, I'm just going to do it for you, because that's what the GM should do as well. And the same thing for benefits, by the way. Migraine headaches, I have that. Yeah, those are those as well. So, like, migraines are also pretty bad. Character has a 33% chance per day to suffer the unrelenting pain of a migraine. And you get a minus 1d to all attribute rolls. That's insane. So every day you roll a 1d, and on a 1 or 2, you get a minus 1d to everything. That's wild. You're about as debilitating as a migraine, though. So, you know. All right, we pick some advantages, pick some disadvantages. We've got some advantages, and then we get a bunch of dice. Let's say just 7d normal, right? Because the next step. Damn it! I closed the thing. Hold on. Game rules, characters. There we go. Character creation. Right. The next list is skills. Right. Skills go underneath these attributes. I have created all of these. Let's say your Jawa can throw grenades, and you want to put 1d into this. You get some limits onto what you put skills, but essentially it really just works like this. Now you have a 2d plus 1. When you improve things, you just use character points like normal, but this is how it works. You just basically you basically look through and you say, what skills would I like? And then you put them in. These are all of the skills. It's a lot.
I'm sorry, but I thought that said Willy Shaman. So, okay.
It does now. Taters, the Willy Shaman. Incredible.
Oh boy.
An old and certainly established member of their tribe. So, this is the full list of attributes and skills. There are more. I'll tell you 2 things about skills. There are homebrew skills. You can homebrew whatever skills you like. I've done a few. I've downloaded a few. There are lots. And they all have an associated attribute to tell them where to put them. However, there are 2 things I want to tell you about skills. Firstly, some of them have A next to them. These mean they are advanced skills. To summarize advanced skills, they represent the peak of, like, you know, ability. So, like, you could be a surgeon. That's advanced medicine. You could create armor or speeders or ships or weapons. That's engineering. Those are the kinds of skills that I'm talking about. They're like really advanced skills. You need more requirements to learn them. They cost a lot more to upgrade, but they can do a lot more than what the base skill can do. That's an advanced skill. The second thing, just like how dice can be broken up into pips, as we've seen, 1 die equals 3 pips. We can also break up we can also divert a skill and go more specialized, and we get things called specialization skills. So, I want my Jawa to be a sniper. So I'm going to give a blaster, and now you get blaster skills. So let's say I've got 2 dice in blaster, which gives me a total of 3d plus 1 to shoot with blaster. But I want to be especially good at sniper rifles. Why can't I do that? Well, I'm glad you asked, because you can. So we're going to call this sniper rifles, and we're going to create a specialization of blaster. Now this says, this is the same die code as blaster, but let's say we added another die to the specialization. What is different here? This means that for every dexterity skill, we are rolling at least 1d plus 1. For blasters, for any blasters, we are rolling 3d plus 1. For sniper rifles, but not for any other types of blasters, we roll 4d plus 1. A specialization benefits you in 2 ways. Firstly, remember the 7 dice that we have at start of character creation for skills? This costs 1/3 of one of those dice. So you, just like you can split a die into pips, you can split a skill dice into 3 specialization skill dice to put at the start of character creation. And the second thing that benefits specialization skills is that they cost half the usual amount of character points to improve than costs your base skill. And that's...
Makes sense.
Yes, exactly.
Because instead of, putting all your effort into training in every type of blaster, you're putting it all into training one type.
Exactly. And we have a few people who've done that. So that is how skills work. And that's attributes and skills. You take a while, you take your time, you look through them, and that's it. Then we work out credits. Credits are a dice roll. It's all good. You get to choose whether your character's wealthy or not, and then you roll dice, and you multiply it, and you get a certain amount of credits. And then, finally, this is this is the lengthiest part, but also the easiest part. This is equipment, where literally, you're just going to look through the equipment stats and pick what makes sense for your character to have. Or if your GM is kind of stringent and wants to restrict you, you can spend your starting credits on equipment as well. So yeah, that's and that, once you're done with equipment and you have a character backstory, that is your character done. That is the Willy Shaman. Oh boy.
Don't want to know what they use telekinesis for.
No, force lightning.
Oh, whoa. What a joke.
Oh.
There are so many incredibly interesting force powers that could be used like this. Hold on.
Oh, yes.
There's enhance attribute, which can increase your stamina and stuff. There's contort or escape.
Combination wait, no.
No. There's
remove fatigue, yes.
Remove fatigue, of course, yes. Resist stun.
Remain conscious.
Remain conscious. Reduce injury if you like it really, really rough.
Languages.
Oh yeah, true. Oh, man.
Get a little wild.
Yeah.
Magnify senses.
Yeah, magnify senses, very cool. Emerge senses if you're feeling pretty spiritual about it. Post cognition if you'd like to, remember the times you've had.
If you'd like to understand why they have daddy
Potential in fan fictions.
What if you'd like to understand what, Ash?
why they have daddy issues.
Sense force potential. You could also... Hold on, what else have we got? We've got... Oh, there's shit.
Battle meditation. Remove another's fatigue.
Remove another? Yeah, very cool, yeah. Return another to consciousness. We're done when I say we're done!
Lightsaber combat, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got like multiple lightsabers involved, then obviously.
You gotta,
Yeah.
know how to use your saber.
Yeah. Ooh, electronic manipulation for those who enjoy attachments, yeah?
Control mind.
Control mind is less of... Ooh, doppelganger. Ooh, very interesting. Memory
Or scream that happens involuntarily.
Here too. It's also an involuntary power here. Ooh, up the walls sounds like hot. Wow.
Force shot.
Oh my god.
Enlarge.
Oh man. Incredible. Maximize force.
Alright, turn a little bit.
Ooh, aquatic force. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Control temperature. Yeah. Friendship. Goodness. Mind numbing. Oh, goodness. All right, so that's it. Done being children now. Taters, I know you've said force choke for days, but I know that you sanitized it. I know what happened first. I didn't say anything, but I know. I know you. I understand you now. Yeah. So yeah, that's how you create a character in this system. In this wonderful, amazing, incredible system.
Do you think Anakin went full stroke for Padme?
Oh, and in the moment of episode 3, the first reaction is like, oh shit, I didn't think he was thinking about this. Oh wait, this actually kind of hurts now. No, that's not good. I mean, you've heard me say it in voice chat, yeah. That's the system. That's how we create a character. I hope that was informative for you. In the midst of all the stun locks, I'll do my best to like clip out the main part. I don't know how much. I don't really have time to video edit, which is like I don't edit any of my streams, unfortunately. So I don't have time to actually like edit out all of the stun locks. But if I can find a way to get that in, I'll let you know. Stop rolling disgusting numbers, Ash. Ugh.
No, make me.
Fucking 40. Gosh, I know. I'm switching over. I'm closing Foundry. Goodbye. I scrubbed it for the VOD since I plan to share it with my brother. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Yeah, that's sick. I also, I hope you found that informative. I love this system for so many reasons, and I hope that some of them were made quite clear in this journey. Wow. Okay, we were supposed to do some media literacy. I still have a little bit of time. What did you guys think about Ant-Man? I've seen it. Have you seen it yet?
Nope.
Has anyone here seen it? Alfred, did you see it?
Nope, that's gonna be a Sunday for me night thing.
Okay. So we can't really talk about it. I'll give a spoiler-free. I mean, I can talk about it with spoiler-free, and I can also talk about the mind-numbingly stupid discourse that goes on with MCU fans. I hate it. In every MCU clip, I'm thinking, oh man, I really enjoyed this movie. This is so cool. And it's just me going, oh, sick. This is a clip from like, Winter Soldier or Civil War or whatever. And it's like Star Wars. It's so irritating. In every comment section of that clip, there's some dickhead going, there's so many of them going, downhill after Endgame. The MCU is so mid now. Phase 4 mid. I'm like, I know that I'm supposed to have like calm and respectful discourse, but I find that so much of it has been killed, like completely killed, because of people like this, who literally, without any nuance or critical thinking or forethought at all, will just throw out like the entire Phase 4 is mid and that's it. Everything's downhill from Endgame. The main PowerPoint presentation of the MCU. Don't get me wrong. Love Endgame. But it's a culmination of everything else that has happened. You can't fully appreciate it without watching any of the other movies. And yet I still see people levy very similar criticism at some of the other Phase 4 content, and Ant-Man as well. That it feels like something that exists in a greater MCU, like God forbid it be a series movie, It's so strange. I hate the discord around fandoms these days. It really, this is why we have a media literacy section in the stream, because it feels like media literacy is dead. And I hate being that like doom and gloom about it, because I know so many people are not the same. But man, and I'm not saying this means you get to like, you're like not allowed to dislike things. And at no point have I ever said that. But just like engage your brain for a bit when you talk about things, That's all I ask. Stop rolling disgusting numbers, Ash. I feel like that gets said during sessions. It does. Many times. Particularly when she's working with computers. And she just...
I'm not the only one, okay?
No, that's true. Everyone has a skill that they're really good at. So, except for Rio, one of our characters is like a jack of all trades, and he's like kind of good at everything, which is pretty cool. The jack of all trades best one is probably repair skills, and he does really well with those. He still rolls heroic for them, but it's not like stupid, when he repairs his own stuff, he knows it really well, so he gets bonuses with his tools, and and then he rolls stupid. But Ash regularly rolls above 40. We've got a doctor who rolls stupidly high for medicine rolls. We have a pilot who rolls stupidly high for like fighting in a starfighter. We have a sniper who can kill things from like ridiculously far away and does stupid amounts of damage and like just one-shot kills most things. Oh, and then we've got a Force character who, when it comes down to it, when he's warmed up his lightsaber abilities, he's insane. But he's more to do with Force stuff. So, like, yeah, he's Force sensitive. I haven't seen Ant-Man. Your rage is dampened a bit since your sweater is making me think Fuzzy Lamb. Good. I'm glad. Because I don't mean to be an angry person. I hope that you can look at this and think, oh, look, it's just a fluffy person telling you to think about life before you post a stupid comment on the internet. That's all I want you to think, right? I want you to just think before you post. And I know that's such a stupid, like, that's such an impossible ask for so many people. But if I can just ask the people here to think before you post, that would be great. Just take some time to be like, why do I think this way? Why do I feel the need to post an incredibly reactionary, no nuance take that might just be completely wrong? Or just lack any kind of critical thought at all, but only because I would like to be part of the masses who do these things. I'm so tired of seeing comments under every Star Wars movie, every Star Wars clip on YouTube, every Star Wars compilation saying, man, this is better than Disney ever gave us. Just like in the MCU, everything before Endgame is lauded as the second coming of Christ, and everything afterwards is just like rapture and we're all in hell now. That's what the discourse seems to be. Like, I'm so tired of the topic the MCU is in shambles. It's so stupid. It just seems so stupid to me. I am very rarely this confrontational, so I do apologize, but there comes a time where I've just seen the millionth comment about this, and it just pisses me off. Just engage your brain. Like, even if you own, like, I only have a few brain cells at the best of times, right? But at least I engage them when I speak, you know? Okay. End rant and media literacy. Yay. Is there anything you guys want to talk about regarding media literacy at the moment? We've talked about The Flash in the Discord server recently. I think I'm gonna watch the movie. Not in theater though. I think I'll probably wait for it to come to streaming so that I'm not paying for it specifically. But I think I'm gonna watch it anyway. It's for me, it's different from playing a game where like your choices are very active, and it's also, we've also said before that the subject matter of The Flash is not super problematic and super damaging. So yeah, I think I will watch the movie, but it's been a really interesting discourse in the Learning to Talk channel as well. As for anything else media literacy related, I mean, we could look at what's trending on Twitter like we usually do. Let's have a look. And then you know what? I can treat you to some Spider-Man if you want to, because I'm 53% of the way through. Literally, like collectibles and everything. I'm gonna 100% that game. I guarantee I am in love. I will never ever get tired of swinging through New York. Never. It still hasn't worn off for me how incredible it is.
It's
so incredible that
very differently.
Oh, Ash first. What was that?
Without context, that sentence could be taken very differently.
What? I like swinging through New York?
Yes.
Oh. Alfred, what were you saying?
The Spider-Man is just such a great game that even swinging around and because there's like the pop-up crimes, just random crimes that happen.
Yeah. It's incredible.
When I had finished the game, I needed like that was all that I had left to 100%. It was those crimes.
Yeah, for sure.
And even swinging around and just doing those was fun.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. The one criticism I have of this Spider-Man is it doesn't seem one of the things that makes Spider-Man my favorite superhero is that he is a working class superhero. He is not only someone who could be anyone, hence like Miles Morales. Spider-Man could be black, Spider-Man could be gay, Spider-Man could be anyone, but also he is the closest to a working class superhero that we have. Someone who looks out for the little guy, someone who looks out for the downtrodden and oppressed in society as well. Someone who doesn't someone who isn't the Elon Musk, but also the Elon Musk who actually builds all of his tech instead of getting some nameless engineer to build it for him, Tony Stark. And I actually like Tony Stark as a character. To analyze him is very interesting. But Spider-Man is someone that I can actually, I support him so much as a concept. Still, he's a little bit too pro-cop for me, to be quite honest, especially in the game. He said a few things that is like a little too pro-police. But I mean, what can you do, you know? Baby steps. And he still does seem to be someone who he still looks out for the little guy. Yeah. 53% already. You're damn right. Yeah. I've had it for a week. I didn't realize I would get through this quickly. And it's not even that I've spent so much time on it. Like I just work really fast through games that I really enjoy. The game's quite big. And I've put 27 hours into it. So just like a day. Yeah. So 27 hours, 53%. That's yeah, and I wish I could take more of my time, but I can't. It's just I just go through it so fast because I just can't put it down. Yeah. Oh, what's going on Twitter? Let's have a look. I know there wasn't like a lot of media literacy today and it was mostly tabletop, but there's a reason for it. Tabletop definitely won, so. And Taters was waiting for that, so, you know. Okay, what's, ooh, Cassie Lang is trending. That's cool. Wait, let me talk about Ant-Man quickly. Oh, and Kang. Kang and MODOK and Cassie. That's awesome. I'm glad that they're talking. Phase 5, Star Wars is trending. Star Wars got a TikTok account and started following all of my favorite Star Wars creators. It was very, very cool. Yeah. Fox News, quote unquote, incredible. Incredible. Okay. Okay, yeah, so for I'm not gonna spoil Ant-Man for you here, but what I will say is Ant-Man is, I think it was a very fun movie. And I don't suggest that you listen to me before you go watch it. I mean, the only thing you should listen to me with is when I say, go into any media tempering yourself, like not expecting bad things. I don't even believe in having no expectations. I believe in hype, but I believe in realistic hype. I am the hype train, right? And I've said this so many times, there are no brakes on my train, but I still understand that I can hype something without having unrealistic expectations for it. I can be incredibly excited for it and still have, like, hopefully developed myself enough that I can come out of the theater going, well, you know, I was disappointed because I hyped it up too much. Like, you can still be hyped and not hype something up too much. You know what I mean? Like, you can still be super excited for something and understand that it might not be what you expect. And so just don't expect that, but still be hyped about it. It's like, people think that no expectations means no excitement, and it doesn't equate. Sorry to take up your stream. You didn't at all. I'm always happy to talk about Star Wars. Absolutely. And you know what? With that said, I think it is a pretty good time to end the stream now, but I will... The first tweet that came up What is this? 501st approval of ESB Darth Vader? Go to a Star Wars premiere, 500 followers on Twitch, 50 subs on Twitch, 1,000 subs on YouTube. Real life approval of The Rise of Skywalker Finn. Although I could do that now if I actually submitted things. 501st approval of ESB Vader could also happen by December. Oh, what are your goals for the end of 22 and for 2023? Okay, cool. Yeah. Alright, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, Twitter is going to be full of Ant-Man spoilers. My spoiler-free kind of impressions of Ant-Man, great. Very cool. They took some really fun risks, and they did some really new stuff. There's a lot of really interesting new things that happen in Ant-Man. It introduces Kang in an incredibly interesting way. I can't really go into why I think it's interesting without spoiling the movie, but I think Kang's introduction was very interesting. There are twists and turns to the extent where you're not really sure what's going to happen, and that's fine. Like, you know, you shouldn't be spending a lot of your time predicting what's going to happen. I know that's how I play a lot of games, but when I go into movies, a lot of the times I go, you know what, let's just wait. You know, the movie's going to end up the same way anyway, so we might as well. And yeah, it was a good ride. Yeah. It had some funny moments too. It was like really Ant-Man humor. You know how it's not like Ant-Man humor is not like roll around on the floor laughing humor. It's like, hey, that's funny. Yeah, like that kind of humor. It's like chill, easy listening humor. That's what I like about Ant-Man. And I mean, Paul Rudd kills it. Jonathan Majors kills it. Michelle Pfeiffer was a lot more in this movie than I thought she would be, which was very, very cool. Really, really like that. And yeah, I think if I were to give critique of sort of more neutral, I think without getting, I don't want to get into spoilers, but Hope as the Wasp doesn't really get to do much in this film, which is, I mean, she gets to do like one or two big things, but there's not really much character development for her. Considering the name of the movie is Ant-Man and the Wasp, you kind of think that there would be more, but not really for her. She does big things, but it's not really there's not really a lot of like room for her character to grow in this movie. It's more for Ant-Man and for Cassie, and it's definitely an introduction for Kang, like 100%. So yeah, that's it. I liked it. I don't really enjoy rating movies out of 10, so I'm not going to do that. And I'm not really a reviewer, and I don't really enjoy critics, so I enjoy critiques and analyses. So yeah, that's my take on Ant-Man. It was cool. It was a fun watch, and yeah, I would recommend. I would recommend it for like the visual spectacle as well. Like, you should definitely see it in the theater for the visual spectacle. It's very, very nice. So yeah, that was it. I can't wait to hear what everyone thinks about it, but for now, yeah. You know, I think, what are we gonna do next stream?
Return to the Outer Worlds.
Ooh, are we going back to Outer Worlds?
Capitalism to overthrow.
We do, but no one's voting for video games, so you know. I see there's some media literacy here. Okay, everyone, like, music 100% seems to be the thing. Yeah, Ash, the latest one I put is the evening stream. So if you want to see more Outer Worlds, go ahead. There you go. Yeah, music seems to be winning. Ooh. Alpha also wants to see capitalism be overthrown. Yeah, same. All right, cool. We're probably going to do... Yeah, we'll do music and we'll do video games. We'll do some friend therapy at the beginning, and we'll do a meditation as well. Okay.
Can we do it in real life?
Okay. Oh, I wish. Would love to. What? Meditate or overthrow capitalism?
Why not both?
We can meditate while overthrowing capitalism.
Well, I mean, overthrowing capitalism is probably going to have to be, you know, quite active and maybe violent.
Yeah, we're gonna need some meditation to like. Oh, I don't know how we can meditate through that. Oh no! 사이버드쉐.
너?
안녕하세요. 그
어.
우리 바로 바로 끝날 것 같은데. Our one algorithm found Korean viewer is here just as we're ending the stream, unfortunately. I'll stick around just for a little bit. 와셔서 감사합니다. 잘 지내고 있어요. 전 바로 끝나고 싶은데 그 사이버드쇼에 와셔서 조금만 더 해볼게요. Yeah. How Oh, sorry. Yes. I'm saying now that they're here, I'll keep going for just a little bit. Okay. I think, you know what? Screw it. Let's showcase a little bit of Spider-Man because I really enjoy it. All right. Yeah, like I said, 53% I think, and I've unlocked like half the suits. And as I go, I just unlock. And what I do in games like this is it's so much fun to just do everything in the game. So I end up literally just that's very loud. Hello. Yep. So as I go through, I literally just go around and I go, oh, there's just like a bunch of collectibles. I collect everything before I move on to the next mission. Like everything in the area at least.
Yeah.
It's because it's just so much fun to do everything, you know? So yeah. We can put...
When I was playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Valhalla? Yeah.
Well, first I literally...
Hold on. The game is so loud, I can't properly hear you yet. Give me a second. Please, game. Oh, it's so nice, though. There we go. And we'll keep going.
So screen share.
Yes. We'll just do this for maybe a little bit. Okay, I think the game has not been detected. What? Hold on a moment.
Should get to Oscorp and see if I can find anything on Michaels.
Yes, maybe we should. Oh, are you okay? Okay. I'm too busy for a while. What were you guys talking about? We are talking about Ant-Man. Have you seen Ant-Man? I watched Ant-Man yesterday or the day before yesterday. I can't remember. And it was good. I enjoyed it. Alright, I am not sure why the game is not being detected. Let's give it a second. Right, here we go. That's for you. And I'll watch it with my girlfriend. Oh, cool! Okay, sick. I hope you enjoy. Are you a Marvel fan? My girlfriend loves Marvel. Oh, okay, sick, yeah. I love Marvel as well. Marvel and Star Wars. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, but I know that it's very sad for me as a big Star Wars fan. But in Korea, Star Wars is not that big. Like Star Wars is not very famous in Korea. I mean, people know about it, but it's not like the favorite, you know. No, I don't like Marvel. Ah, okay, fair enough. I understand. Well, good job for doing it for your girlfriend. Okay, why game? Why you no capture? Please help me. Can we? I think I know what it is. Hold on a moment. What's really weird is that it was exclusive full screen. We just put it on full screen. There we go. Oh. There we go. It detected a little bit, but it's gone now. I understand. Hold on. Here we go. That should be fine. Okay, if I go in here, what does my HUD look like? Yeah, I think it's fine to keep my camera down here. Okay, cool. I like DC. Oh, you're a DC fan. Okay, cool. Who's your favorite DC hero? Also, yeah, for me, I'm a big fan of Marvel, and I'm playing Spider-Man right now for a little bit because it's fun for me. And yeah, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero ever. Like, I like DC as well, so Spider-Man's my favorite Marvel or DC. Ash, what were you saying about Valhalla? Ash? Something about exploration in Valhalla?
Oh yeah, like in any of these Assassin's Creed games or open world games kind of.
Yeah.
Stuff. Every time like the main story takes me to like a new area or a new section on the map. I collect every single thing I can before doing any of the main story.
Yeah, in that section, I absolutely do the same thing. Yeah, especially in games like this. Yeah. So so this is my Spider-Man. He looks a little bit different. Ooh, it's JJ's podcast. Here we go. Are you all ready? Are you ready for this?
Spider-Man by dressing up as them is, especially in the times we live in, disturbing.
It's so much fun. Oh, I love it so much. Whee!
Huh. I most certainly J. Jonah Jameson is not one to be judgmental, but you, sir, are an extremely disturbed man. Goodbye.
Yes. J. Jonah Jameson is not one to be judgmental at all.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Never judgmental.
So, to tie this into media literacy,
Yeah.
I noticed that Jonah had used the them pronoun to refer to Spider-Man at one point in that.
That's interesting. It's in like even the writers are like, nope, let's definitely do that, even though it's J. Jonah Jameson. I don't know. He definitely, like, they're obviously painting him as the Alex Jones type, who really doesn't seem the type to respect pronouns. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe yeah. Even JJ respects pronouns, guys. So can you.
Oh, I like to go with the theory that in every universe of Spider-Man, Jonah has a secret respect for Spider-Man.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That's interesting, yeah. Okay, give me a sec while I load up my chat, because I don't want to constantly do this. My favorite movie of Marvel is Guardians of the Galaxy and X-Men. Oh, okay. Oh, I like Guardians. Guardians is very cool. And X-Men as well. So how where do you live in Korea? 사이볼두쉐 씨. 한국에서 어디서 살으세요? This is my favorite. This is my favorite one so far. It's super cool. I have new equipment available. So these are all the suits that I can wear. They're so cool. And each of them come with like their own suit powers and stuff. This one's power is amazing. You literally blast a guitar. Blasts enemies with waves of righteous sound. This is the 2099 black suit. This is awesome. I love the black suit.
Of which, you might really like a game called Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush?
It's a rhythm game.
I love rhythm games. I think I might enjoy this one. So I'm gonna go with the stealth suit, but you get the classic one from the game, and then you get like the new upgraded, like the advanced one, which looks pretty awesome. And then you get like a ton of other cool ones, but there are some other ones. Now, for some reason, I have all the DLCs for some reason. I don't know how that happened, but I do. And it also gives you not only some really funny ones, like the bombastic bagman suit, but it also gives you the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man suit. It gives you the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man suit. It gives you the Tom Holland Spider-Man suit, and it gives you the Tom Holland like upgraded suit. It gives you the Night Monkey suit from Far From Home. It gives you the No Way Home like electro capturing suit with like all the weird cool like inside out stuff. It gives you the Iron Spider suit, which is freaking awesome. And yeah, it's just super cool. I love it. That denim vest is the bomb. I agree. I didn't really think I needed to see Spider-Man in denim, but look, even it's got like a spider like biker gang thing on the back. It's freaking awesome. Yeah, I love it. Okay, this
The butt plugs on his head though.
for the 안동에서 살아요? 오, 안동 어딨지? Where is 안동? I would like to know. 전 광주에 살아요. Andong, South Korea. Here we go. Andong is a city on the Nakdong River in South Korea. 낙동강 옆에 도시 맞죠? It's known for its open-air heritage museums. Very cool. Andong Folk Museum uses exhibits and reenactments. 아, 유명한 박물관인데. Very cool. Very cool. I want to look at the maps. Andong is... okay. Well, it's in the east. It's in the east of Korea. That's interesting. Very, very cool. All right. Okay, we've got some really, like, we have some cool upgrades here, but once I found, like this one, web attacks generating focus is amazing because most of your attacks are webs. Increasing XP from defeating enemies is a must because, I mean, you've got to go for XP. And this is incredible. Slowing time after you perfectly dodge someone. Perfect dodge is very easy. And slowing time after one is just, it's pog because you don't slow down. They do. So you literally just get super speed for a while. It's incredible. This generates gadget refills. I don't really care about any of this, to be honest. Like, yeah. So these are the best ones. And this one, I swap out in stealth encounters because you get like a scanner when you get into stealth encounters, and my scanner doesn't trigger. Sorry, when you scan enemies, they get outlined, and then it goes away after a while. But this one, they remain highlighted until combat even starts. So when I'm in stealth encounter, I just use that. So yeah. All right, let's see what I can upgrade quickly. I've upgraded all of this already, and all of that. Ooh. Oh my goodness. I can do concussive blast? Yes, please.
Yo, force push?
Yeah. Do I just get force push? That's incredible. Hold on, I'm going to test it out. How many things do I have? I got 2. Okay. It's literally force push. Incredible. Wait. Force radar! I can't wait to see what that's going to be like. Okay, cool. Also, I have played around with a ton of the different like suit powers that you get, and the basic one just literally seems to be the best one. It webs everyone up for like a huge radius. The only thing that's different, the only thing that might be worth getting is this one, which reflects bullets back at people, which I think is freaking awesome. But no, Web Blossom is still the GOAT. Right, so the main quest is not far away, and as you can see, I've done pretty much everything in the area, except for these things over here. These are Taskmaster things. But my main quest is closer, so I'm just going to go do the main quest. What are we doing, by the way? This is the... Oh, we've got a side mission for Tombstone, and we've got this. Dr. Morgan Michaels is the key to Devil's Breath. Need to find any info Norman has on him and the project. So yeah, we're heading to Oscorp to determine the secret of why Mr. Negative, who is the main villain of this of this section of the campaign so far, why he has this thing called Devil's Breath, which will let him, I don't know, it's like a bioweapon or something. Woo! Oh, it's so incredibly smooth. Whee! And Oscorp. Here we go. Oh. Yeah.
Okay, that's how I can get into Norman's office.
I love these games so much.
Without shutting down some security systems.
Okay.
But if they see me, they'll put the whole place on lockdown.
Right, so Norman Osborn is the mayor of New York. And it's very interesting how the CEO of Oscorp can be the mayor of a city.
Security network modules from the outside.
Totally not a weird conflict of interest at all, since we're doing media literacy. Okay, so what are we doing first? I didn't catch that, but that's fine. Okay. See what we can do here. Alright, so that's... Those are the wires.
Follow them to the security module.
Okay, so that's network cable. Oh, because these things will come on when the security is tripped. So if we go all the way up there...
It's like when Trump was president and whenever he went anywhere, he only stayed at his own hotels.
There we go.
Yeah, exactly.
The government was paying him for him to stay at his own
Looks
hotel.
like there's
Exactly.
authorities around the building.
Great.
That should make things easier.
Okay, shutting down security lights. Very cool.
Security teams, call in. Sable Team Alpha standing by.
Yeah.
Looks like an electrical problem. Copy that.
Now,
Keep an eye on the exterior while we try to track down the issue.
I'm gonna be
Thought it
honest.
would be easy.
I don't think this is the stealthiest suit that he could be wearing. It's glowing green. So, you know what? We're gonna be super immersive for this and pick something that doesn't glow bright green. I think for
Night Monkey.
I think for a stealth suit, Night Monkey would probably be good, yeah. Let's go Night Monkey, hell yeah. Or, for real stealth, we can also do the Noir suit.
Oh.
Which is really cool. What do we think? Do we think Night Monkey or Noir suit?
Noir just kind of has a better aesthetic.
Yeah, I like the jacket. Okay, cool. We're doing Noir. It's been a while, so let's do Noir. Ooh, and instantly, we are one with the shadows. Incredible. Oh, that sniper bolt nearly found me. Okay, that's cool. Oh my god. Can we hurry? Yeah, that'd be better.
All stable teams. Looks like we have some sort of software problem. We're calling in a specialist.
There we go.
What? All agents, someone's taking control of one of our subsystems.
Ooh, they got drones too. Oh no.
Everybody's got drones these days.
Alright, come on. Oh.
I need a status report. Exterior sweep
Ooh,
negative. We were all
that was
clear.
close.
Still look like a software issue?
So far, so good.
No, we're evaluating. Please maintain current alert level.
Okay.
Attention all stable teams. There's a small possibility we have a trespasser on site. We're analyzing data now. Stay vigilant.
Come on. Come on.
Damn it. Another subsystem is going offline.
So sick. Oh, they've called in a helicopter.
Scan the 85th floor exterior. Copy control. Bird inbound.
Gotta move. Hi, MJ. A little busy right now.
I'll be quick. Listen, I got a lead on Charles Standish's location. I think if I can get to him, I can make him talk.
Is Mary Jane's voice actor Laura Bailey?
Knows about Morgan Michaels as well.
Okay. No.
Because there's a moment where it sounds like Laura Bailey just like high pitched. So like, can you find that out for me quickly? Because I'm very interested. Oh, excellent.
Nice. Now I can get into Norman's office and hopefully find out more about Morgan Michaels and Devil's Breath.
There we go. Hey.
Should we go on lockdown?
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Is it Laura Bailey?
Mr. Osborn is
Yep.
I knew it.
but keep tracking. There must be someone out there.
I'd recognize her any day.
Hold on. Switching to a secure line. I'm way ahead of you, Wilson. I had my people go through all your files. If you try to expose our business arrangement, it'll be your word against mine. And I'm not the one behind bars.
Ooh, boy.
Is Norman talking to Wilson Fisk?
Oh no. The CEO of a company and mayor of a town is in cahoots with a crime kingpin? I never would have seen that coming. Wow. What a crazy turn of events. Wow.
Neo statue. What are you talking about?
The Neo statue from the auction house. They must be talking about that file MJ found.
Who has the file?
We do, Norman. But it doesn't tell us enough. Which is why I'm doing some slightly illegal but morally acceptable B&E right now.
Bro, you do this all the time. Like, morally acceptable is, like, literally what you do.
He's just trying to justify the illegality of it.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh, incredible.
Even though any evidence that was, obtained by illegal means
is inadmissible. Yes.
So,
Unless, but this is where Spider-Man gets in, because that's a great view, by the way. This is where Spider-Man, there's an Avengers Tower too. This is where Spider-Man comes in, because if the police cannot verify the source of their information, then if they contend that it was an anonymous source and not the police that gathered the evidence, then there is an argument to make it admissible. So that's why vigilantism, like, this is where the vigilantism is working, because I'm not saying go be a vigilante, but I'm saying this is where it works, because if no one can pinpoint Spider-Man as the person who got it, then it's an anonymous source, and anonymous sources are often admissible in court, because it could have been someone who just, like, ratted out Norman Osborn.
we found it webbed to the side of the police station, but we don't know who got it. Could have been anyone.
GR27.
All right. Project GR27. And that was Isaac Delaney. Okay. Department Chair, Genetics, Biotechnology, and Analytical Chemistry. Okay.
Dr. Morgan Michaels is the chief scientist.
Hmm.
The location of the lab is redacted. AI-controlled CRISPR.
Ooh, oh no.
Could cure any genetic disease. Cystic fibrosis, Huntington's. This is crazy.
So CRISPR is a super interesting genetic thing, which talks about it's essentially, it's kind of like the next step to stem cell research, where you basically it's DNA editing, essentially. I mean, they say it here, genome editing. Yeah. High efficacy. Yeah, go ahead.
They recently used CRISPR to edit catfish DNA, splicing it in with some gator DNA, apparently.
Oh no. Are we gonna have the derpiest looking alligators, like, in the world in a few months? We're gonna start creating weird catfish alligator hybrids.
I just read the headline. I didn't have the time to look too much into it.
Gonna make cat girls.
The voice I use for my warlock is inspired by Laura Bailey. Oh, anything inspired by Laura Bailey, I'm instantly in love with. All right, high efficacy, consistent results. The bad, viral delivery mechanism incorrectly targets immune system. Infected subjects highly contagious. 1 subject exposed. 7 days later, all 40 subjects deceased. That's wild.
Creepy.
Okay.
Whoa.
1 infected subject.
27 is devil's breath.
Oh shit.
It's designed to cure diseases, but in its current form, it's like a bioweapon.
1 infected subject could trigger global epidemic. That's wild.
Dr. Michaels keeps the only sample with him at all times. That's why Lee wants him. We find Michaels, we find Devil's Breath.
Mr. Osborn believes the reward is worth the risk. So the mayor of a town, and CEO, by the way, believes, in case I haven't mentioned it before, believes that the reward of pursuing a possible genome editing sort of disease cure is worth the risk of having it be a global bioweapon which could literally wipe out the population. And the CEO side of him stands to benefit from the reward of creating this thing in a pharmaceutical lab. I wonder which side of him he is favoring when performing his mayorly duties as a CEO of a giant company. I wonder what side he's looking out for and what side he deems as more important. If you add the wrong fish to the wrong animal, we're going to get Magikarp. Oh god, please, anything but Magikarp. This game came out before the pandemic, didn't it? I think so, but also, yeah, I think it definitely did. But this is less of a COVID thing and more of a, like, everyone will die. Like, because COVID kills some people. This is like a very comic booky, like, literally everyone in the world will die. And it's a bioweapon, which is not something that we should be saying is related to COVID at all. Hey, level 30. Excellent. Oh, listen, you only get 5% swing speed, but you really
wasn't designed to be a weapon.
You really feel it.
For genetic disorders, but its current form is wildly imperfect. In trying to fix the body, it rips it apart. We need to locate Dr. Michaels. I don't trust Sable to contain something this deadly.
I may have a lead on that. Charles
Why is she so quiet all the time?
If anyone knows Michael's location,
she might be,
Oscorp CFO.
Trying to not be overheard.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
That place is crawling with
maybe
guards.
she's on a
How are you
payphone.
trying to reach him?
No, I'm thinking she's doing something.
Sneaking into a Sable compound.
Oh wow.
That could go bad fast. I should head to Central Park.
Wait, why Central? Oh, you're meeting MJ. Okay. Every time we talk about MJ, I think of me. It happens instantly because I don't know anyone else who's called MJ except for the one in Spider-Man. God, that helicopter just moved fast. That just zoomed by me. See, oh, and it's back. Hi. CEO entrepreneur born 1964.
I've had an epiphany. It's all about the mind. Take, for example, a mind of unlimited potential shackled to a tired old body.
Yep.
Think of what that mind could achieve if it were freed. In developing our neural interface, we need to think beyond replicating the tired putterings of our physical forms. Instead, reach into imagination and possibility. Reach into the mind.
I've never heard Doc this excited by a project. Hope he's not too excited.
Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
We are watching this man descend into obsession and madness. And Peter is so close to this that he doesn't see it at all. He doesn't see that this is concerning, and he doesn't think to stop Doc at all. In fact, he encourages him in so many ways. And I'm pretty sure that... Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Doc, at some... Like, when he becomes Doc Ock in probably this game, I 100% predict an incredible amount of guilt for Peter. Because he saw this. He literally saw this and did nothing. No, not that I think it's the same as COVID. Oh, no, I know, but I think they've been more careful about making games about things like this. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, no, this game came out before COVID. I imagine they've been making... Because, like, bioweapon and, like, pandemic disease has been a story trope, like, since time immemorial. So with the pandemic, the real pandemic, like, fresh in our minds, I guess it's something... It's like a kind of a trope that everyone's really tired of, you know? So... Especially for new ones, yeah. Ooh, we got new suit stuff. Ooh, okay, some new powers. Absorb some incoming damage without resetting the combo counter. Ooh, now that's pretty cool. We still need a lot of crime tokens, but that's pretty awesome. Reduces incoming blast and rocket damage. I don't care about that. Absorb some incoming damage without resetting the combo. This could be pretty cool. I don't know if I'm going to... I'll think about it. My combos get up to like the hundreds anyway, so I think it's okay. Automatically consumes a focus bar to heal you when you are low on health. That's pretty cool, but I don't really need it because I don't forget about it. Reduces the duration of the electrocuted status effect inflicted by stun baton's electric effects. Build up an electrical charge by performing air attacks and release that charge by attacking enemies on the ground. That's cool. That's really cool. Ooh, reveals secret photo locations on the minimap. There are secrets? That's awesome. I like that. Okay, we got some gadgets. Hey, we can upgrade the web bomb. We can upgrade the proximity mine, or the trip mine, I guess. Can't upgrade that one yet. Okay, sweet. Right, ooh, we got some skills. Okay, so swing kick will knock over shields. That's pretty valuable. But I also think... Oh, it's this one. I'm saving up for this one. This one's awesome. The instant takedown is amazing. Also, hold F to hurl yanked enemies back at enemies. That one's also cool. I might just get that one, like, immediately. Oi.
The rocket redirector.
Yeah, well, that comes next. So I've got to get this one first. So...
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna instantly get this one. Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. Right, let's go do a tombstone thing, because we just discovered that tombstone was a thing. So yeah, what I will do is, there's also another side mission down here. I want to do a side mission or two. Let's do a challenge here. There's a stealth challenge. Whee! And it's one of my favorite things about the entire game, that the music times with your web swings. Not like specifically times, but the music swells when you dive, and then it like goes into the normal like Spider-Man string themes and stuff when you're swinging. It's incredible. And there's a special swell when you do the there's a special swell when you do the dive off the Empire State Building. Like, it like swells more than normal. It's incredibly cool. Right, this is a stealth mission, so I'm gonna keep doing the I'm gonna keep doing the stealth suit, because the noir suit is amazing. Right, so 2,500 minimum score. Okay.
Looks like those mercenaries kidnapped a Roxxon exec and strapped an explosive vest on him. If they see you, they kill him. Tick-tock.
Taskmaster's a very interesting villain. Very, very cool. Okay. Do we have a time limit?
Gotta move quick and quiet.
Oh, we have a time limit. Okay. So first, we've got to put on the stealth stuff. Okay. Cool. Let's do this quickly. Here we go. All right. So first of all, danger, safe. Okay. He's safe too. We can just boop. Cool. Are you safe? Yeah, you're safe. Very nice. I like that during the animations, the clock stops. It's very nice. Okay, safe. Danger. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, you're in danger, but you're still safe. All right, so done. And done. Lovely. Okay, you're in danger. Alright. You're safe. And
You're in timeout.
you're safe. Cool. Oh my god! Cool, we really have to do this fast. Okay. Alright, let's try it again. Here we go. That's incredibly cool. Okay, cool. Let's try it properly. Let's just do this. Right, danger. Okay, very quickly. Safe. Oh, shit. Okay, so they really... Yeah, okay. Retry. Cool. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. Boop. Right. That's safe. We shouldn't bother with these, I think, to be honest. Safe.
Surprise.
Okay. Oh. You're in danger. Oh, you're safe. Okay. Safe. Oh, danger. Oh, damn it! It just switched. Okay, but I can do this. Okay, scan a few times. Boop, scan. Right. Safe. Just one time for the web, because that guy's gonna detect me if we don't. Okay, cool. Then kill him. Okay, scan another one. You're safe. Crap. Safe. Okay, and safe. There we go. Very nice. And safe. Lovely. Ooh, that was a much better score.
I'm impressed.
Thank you,
You
Taskmaster.
sound like you want to kill me.
Not yet. I have so much more to learn.
The police will take it from here.
All right, here we go. Next one. and that's how I do this game. I just do every little collectible thing that I can do. Oh, I love the trick mode as well. It started off being really janky, but once you time it right, it actually works really well. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. This one's 3.4K. All right, I've got to be very quick about this then. Oh no, there's snipers as well. Okay.
Gotta move quick and quiet.
All right, one. All right, you're safe.
Nighty night.
Danger. You're safe. Okay. Danger. Oh. Ah. Okay. So there are quite a few. Like, quite a few guards on top, which I can't really deal with just yet. You're safe. Okay. Oh. You're safe. You're in danger for some reason. You're at the top here. You're safe. Let's just use you quickly. Okay. You're safe.
Good night, goon.
Cool. You're safe. Very nice. You're safe. Very nice. You're safe. Lovely. Okay. Let's go here. You're safe.
Oh, they're so
Very
cute when they're
nice.
sleeping.
Oh, quickly. Okay, you're about to be safe. You're safe. And you're now safe. Very nice. Very nice. There's only one left, I think. And goodbye. Yeah!
Racing a Lunatics challenge? This I really do.
That's awesome. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. Now we can do one more. We can do the tombstone one, and that's it. I think we can change our suit now. Let's go with... I really enjoy this one. It's so classic. There's something amazing about it. Like, it's got the classic vibe, but it's still... It's still amazing. Like, it gives me the same vibe of Spider-Man. Just so well designed. Okay. Whee!
Like, Japanese TV show Spider-Man outfit.
The Japanese TV show Spider-Man outfit. Oh! The one that looks like it comes from Takeshi's Castle. This one. This one. This one. The one down here. The Arachnid Rider.
No.
Because this looks Japanese. It's even got a cartoon style. Like, look at it. What other one? Whee!
I mean, like the one from like the fucking 70s.
Oh, okay. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Like live action, you know?
Yeah. Oh. Whoa. Yes! I know that there's not a lot of commentary while I'm swinging, but it's mainly literally just because I'm in awe and I'm concentrating on, like... Oh, amazing. Let's listen to Jonah.
Underage drinking, entitled millennials, and hormones run rampant.
Of course, that's JJ.
Tight lid on the situation, but my sources tell me the demons drug them, turning them into deadly rage machines. What has become of our fair city, ladies and gentlemen, when we have to fear our own children, our neighbors, our husbands and wives? Be vigilant, be on guard, and keep a close eye on that barista with the man bun making a skinny latte, or you could be next.
It's... Ah, jeez. I mean, it's... The rage farming is so obvious. I don't know. If you don't know this by now, this is your Alex Jones. This is your Ben Shapiro. This is your Steven Crowder. This is your Jordan Peterson. It's someone who claims to want the best for you in the Jordan Peterson sense, but is literally being paid to deceive you and to misinform you. And the weirdest thing, the most like insidious part of this is that there are some things that he says that are true. And that's the point. To use a kernel of truth to rope you in and then couple that with the most like ridiculous lies. Because some of the things he says are like objectively right. But you can't say that without also combining that with all of the wrong that comes with it. And the problem is, I'm talking about this, and yet it's for people who know about it and are aware of it, it's so obvious. So, like, it's just so unbelievably on the nose. That's what he's doing. So yeah, just reminding you that that's what that is, just in case you didn't understand yet. But yeah, we're almost done. I'm gonna do this mission and then end it for now. But yeah, very cool. Here we go. Whee! Oh, there we go. Hello. Tombstone on the move. Oh, I really love this
While
game.
I'm here, I should examine the transmitter Emily
Wait.
found.
Wait, are we... Wait, is this Octavius? What? Why are we in Octavius Industries? Is that... Wait, I didn't know that was Was that Octavius? No. No, that wasn't... That's not where Oscorp is. Oh, well.
Oscorp.
No, not Oscorp. Octavius Industries. That's not where it is at all. Oh, well. It's fine. I'm going to just check out stuff. So, this is very interesting. As you walk in here, you can see exactly what leads to Doc Ock. And, of course, we have the benefit of hindsight. Peter is an optimist. He believes the best in people. And, honestly, I do too. But he's working on raft security. Like, he's 3D printing stuff for AIM. For AIM. The baddest of the bad. In terms of like big companies in Marvel, like AIM literally is like it's MODOK in the comics. In Marvel comics, MODOK is like AIM related. That's the level of bad guy they are. Okay, I want to see if there's like anything else we can do. No, nothing in here. I think we've read everything. We can only do like the sort of bonus stuff. So I just want to check if there's any bonus stuff here before I go to the bonus stuff over there. Nope, nothing yet. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of hungry. I think it might be time to... Yeah. Don't forget the boner stuff either.
Someone bought you a burger. Yeah.
It should track too
Yeah, if only. If only I had a hamburger to eat right now. If only there was an extra burger. I don't think she's here. If only previously I was eating things before, and because I didn't buy someone else some food that I had eaten, someone got very upset. So, you know, I'm glad that they didn't do the same thing to me that I mistakenly did to them. I'm very glad that I am not hungry. Oh, okay, she came in now. She wasn't here for that. Huh? Ani? Alright, so we need to get 5 for this. So there's a +3 and a +3, which means it's a -1. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're gonna do +3 here, +3 here, -1 here. And just make sure that we go through all of the things. So we go up through there, then that goes through there. Oh no, it needs to go down. Whoops. Okay. Alright, so oh, wait a minute.
It needs to go up.
That one's interesting. Wait, so then what the hell can we do?
That's somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, got it. Got it. Go that way. Okay. Alright, so 1, 2, corner, 4, corner again, and then here. Oh, got none of those. Nope, that's the wrong one. That one. There, and 1, 2. Wait a minute. Oh, wrong way. Cool. Yeah. Then down. Oh. Okay, swap then. Swap for one of these.
Nope.
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. I got it. And here. Boop. And boop. Genius. Expert puzzle solver.
That should do it. Time for a test run.
Okay. Very cool. Let's test a run.
My engineering was that easy in real life.
Yeah, if only. Just a matter of placing things. That's all it is.
Whatever it is, Tombstone's moving.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. But...
Yes, like to simplify it, yes. But yes.
Impermeable skin plus 0 morals equals bad time. Hope running a chop shop's the worst thing he's up to.
Okay. So, just by the way, I'm very impressed with the way one of my favorite little details about how this game has been designed is that not this. This is this my computer should be loading these quickly. But one of my favorite things about the way this game has been designed is that Spider-Man's voice lines have been recorded twice. The game detects when you are swinging and when you are not swinging. And when you're not swinging, it runs the script that plays his lines that are calm and normal. And when you are swinging, ooh, there's a crime. And when you are swinging, it runs a
That truck.
Oh, that's the crime. Whoops. Okay. And when you are swinging, it runs the script that plays his voice lines that are like out of breath or panting or like exerting himself. Bless you. So it's incredible. So cool. Hello. Whee! That's one. Oh. Okay. We're good. Backup, huh? Very cool. I have a force push that I've been saving for just this occasion. Oh my god. There we go. Goodbye. And yeah, you need to take a nap. Come on. That's awesome.
Could have just killed him.
Like a gang down. See what's in that truck.
Spider-Man
head with a manhole cover. That could have killed him.
It definitely did. Spider-Man pulls his punches though, don't you know? He pulls his manhole covers.
Yeah,
Right.
and then flings it into your fucking skull.
They're scrubbed clean. Looks like they came from the Alchemax plant in Harlem, but what was in them?
Interesting.
And that sound means the end of our lightning round. Should head to Alchemax when I get a chance and find out what was in those barrels. Tombstone's up to something. Probably illegal. Definitely dangerous.
Well, let's do this. Whee! Alright. And that... Oh. I have too many upgrades. And that is our run for Spider-Man. We are now... Oh, 57. Sorry, not 53. We are now 58% of the way there. That was excellent. I love this game. It was just a little treat because I decided to do it. So there you go. Thank you to both Alferg and Ash for joining me in voice for today's stream. I truly appreciate it. For those of you who are still here, if you're watching the VOD, if you're watching live, thank you so much for tuning in. I truly appreciate it. For now, I'm going to go and get some food because I'm very hungry. But luckily, luckily I have a burger waiting for me, which someone absolutely bought for me. Thank you, Ash. Thank you, Alferg. I hope you guys have a great day further. Ash, I hope you have a good sleep. And goodbye. Right. To everyone else, goodbye, taters. Thank you all so much for joining me in today's stream. Thank you for tuning into the Everything GM broadcast. It is 2:49 p.m. It is just in time for lunch. You are listening to Phoenix by Kid Patek and Elysia. Thank you all so much once again. I really do appreciate that you're all here, and I hope you enjoyed our run through Tabletop World today. A little bit of media literacy and then some Spider-Man. Join us again when we come back. For once again, in about 7 hours from now, we delve once more into Outer Worlds, which I am very excited to go back into and finally finish. We can finally take down capitalism in a video game. Yeah, thank you once again for tuning in. I can't wait to get back into Outer Worlds. And, we'll be doing music analysis as well in the evening stream. So stick around for that. I hope you have a wonderful day further. And enjoy the tunes on your way out. Take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. And I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Survive. Oh, I will survive. Oh, I will survive.